Good afternoon and welcome to finals night here in Portugal at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the Eliminator and final in Portugal, where in Eliminator 1 we're going to see Marlow Calanders. They'll be taking on Gorka 11, and unfortunately we aren't able to go to the toss due to unforeseen circumstances, but I can inform you that Gorka 11 have decided to win the toss. Maluka Tapa putting themselves into bat first, so we'll get an early glimpse at Suman Gimidi, a man who's been in a lot of runs for the Gorka 11. He'll get an early opportunity to prove his talents. But it would also be interesting to see the spin of Asim Sawad for Marlow Calanders. He'll be getting an opportunity towards the top of the innings. And obviously the skipper, Najam Shazad, leading from the front, as he has done throughout this tournament. It's a must-win game for both teams, as they'll be looking for an opportunity to go ahead and take on the Gamblers SC in the final later on this evening. But we're all about ready to go to the first ball here in the Eliminator. Let's go over to the commentary box. And welcome here to the commentary box. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the Eliminator of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. A very good afternoon to everybody tuning in here all around the world, whether that be on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode out in India. I hope you're all well. I hope you're looking forward to an exciting conclusion to this tournament. What a tournament this has been. 2 weeks of excellent T10 cricket. Plenty of talent on show here in Portugal, and boy have we seen it. As we take a look at the dashboard here for match number 31, the Eliminator, you can see Gorka 11 winning the toss and electing to bat first. So a very early sight. That's last year's MVP of this tournament, Suman Gimidi. He'll be opening alongside Imran Khan, and that's, well, that top three of Gimidi, Khan and then Rahul Kumar is the top three that we've seen pretty much all throughout this tournament. Imran Khan taking a few days to get into this tournament, but as soon as he found his way in, he really was powerful. But we'll be looking to see how the Marlow Calanders get on here. Obviously Marlow, well, a little bit of information about them, as they are inspired by the Lahore Calanders. As we're going to get underway here, and it's going to be Marlow Calanders to get us underway, and in a classic European style we get underway with a wide. Another look at this one here, and just on the line, but umpire Buck Stoneman alongside Conrad Greenshields are your officials for this game. The Eliminator, see, the winner of this game will go on to take on the Gamblers SC, who will be watching with an eagle eye, that's for sure. Rana Sarwar. This is an inside edge, and they'll come through for a single, and they're off the mark into the leg side. And once again, a huge good afternoon, good evening to everybody tuning in. If you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. I can see Vinny will be lurking, and Brendan Clark as well, and Yasir Sabir as well. Very good afternoon to all of you. What a matchup this will be to decide, obviously, the second finalist, as Imran Khan just respects this delivery from Rana Sawad. It's a dot ball. Obviously, this is the repeat of last year's final. Marlow Calanders getting a last ball victory in that edition last time around last year, about April time, here in Miranda do Corvo. This is driven down the ground, and they'll take on the arm of Ikram, but they will come through, and it'll be another single. But this is a tidy over from Rana Sawad early on. What a game this is set up to be. Both teams haven't had everything their way in this tournament. There have been ups and downs for both teams, but they've just been that consistent enough to really keep going and allowing them to get onto finals night here. Gimidi, this is just pushed and well fielded by Danar Sawar. Keeps it to a dot ball, and this is an outstanding first over early on. Good afternoon to Vinny Fangal as well. Welcome to the broadcast. And then what a first over this has been so far. This is flicked into the onside. And he takes on the arm of Massam, and Said Massam unable to quite get there in time, and it will just be a single. But Suman Gimini might be a little bit of nerves. Just isn't looking quite as comfortable as we've seen him early on. Obviously coming off the back of some incredible cricket out in Germany. They got another golden ball, which we'll come on to later. But obviously the magic from Tyrone Peters. He was here in Portugal, he got 2. He's now got 2 in Germany. And it's the first wicket to go. Imran Khan advancing, as we've seen him do so well throughout this tournament, trying to drag this into the leg side, which he very rarely has done, so he normally opts for the offside. But getting this one all wrong, and it's the first wicket, and it falls here in the first over. We've normally seen him come all the way down and then really attack the cover region, but he tries to go into that leg side. And he turns around to see all 3 stumps on the floor. And the first wicket goes, and at the end of the first, Gorka 11 for 1. Good afternoon to Chris Smith as well. And well, Brendan Clark was saying, is Portugal still very hot? It's not as hot as it has been, but it is certainly a very, very warm one. Bit of information on Marlow. Obviously, they're a well-known team in the country of Portugal. They're inspired by the Lahore Qalandars. They've represented Portugal in the ECC last year. They are the national champions of Portugal for the last 7 years running, and they've obviously got 5 or 6 names in that lineup, the likes of Said Massam and the skipper is obviously Najam Shahzad. He's the skipper for the national squad as well. But alongside, they've also won the last 4 European Cricket Network tournaments in Portugal, so they're looking to defend their trophy or their crown here, having taken a victory in this tournament last year. It's going to be Asad Mahmood here in the second, and he will start with a leg side wide. Not the start that Asad Mahmood would have been expecting. This is a wider delivery, and Gimini missing out, and it could be an opportunity at the far end. And it's not, doesn't get the, doesn't quite come off, but obviously Mandeep Singh is the man who's come in. And this time they will come through for a single. Suman Gimini just biding his time, and well, he's a man that's in the runs in this tournament, it has to be said. Obviously got a handful of runs in this tournament so far. Just doesn't seem like he's really struggling. He's always able to churn out some runs. Mandeep Singh into the offside again, but it's well fielded by Danar Sarwar, and he keeps it down to a dot ball, and this is really good intent from Marlow here early on. This is on the drive, and it will go all the way. That's a lovely bit of timing from Ashraful Rupu, and what a way to get his innings on a start. Pushes this into the offside, and it goes all the way, and it's the first boundary in this eliminator, and it goes to Ashraful Rupu. 4 runs. And again into the offside, but they'll come through, and well, they've pushed the single. They should come back pretty comfortably for the second, and they will. That's good running. Suman Gimini, one of the fastest men in Portugal, I'm being told. And he's pretty easily going to come back for that second run, putting the fielders under pressure here. And this is going to be a dot ball. There was a bit of an issue just in front of Rupu there, but that'll certainly really fill his boots with confidence after getting a nice cover drive. And this is Going to be a single into the offside. Obviously, I can tell you that Bahul Kumar not coming out at number 3. And the reason for that is, as that is the end of the second, with 13-1 on the board for Gorkha 11. The reason that Bahul Kumar isn't in at number 3 is there was a bit of a late arrivals for the Gorkha 11. It was due to their cart. You couldn't write it. Their cart breaking down on the way to the ground. So, but they're here now. And boy, are they up for this one. Take a look at how close this will be. The supercomputer, the bat versus ball wall, just running us through things. And there you go, expected score. Only 4 runs difference. Just Malik Landers pipping out the Gorkha 11. But also, the average runs for, or I should say, the average runs against is exactly the same. So the supercomputer is telling us that we could be in for an exciting game here between second and third here in the eliminator. And we are going to see the skipper, Najam Shahzad, here in the third. And this is not going to be the start that the skipper would have wanted. This goes all the way. It's 5 wides. And it's another boundary. Not the start that the skipper, Najam Shahzad, would have been expecting. Obviously, not only the skipper for Marlow, but also the skipper for the national team, the Portuguese national team. This is into the leg side and will come through for a single. This is a good early start to the third over here. 5 wides and then a run, a single into the onside. You can really hear just how much Gorkha 11 are trying to put the fielding team under pressure, with a lot of noise coming off the side of the pitch. And this is a big swipe from Suman Gimidi. Doesn't quite come off. He's just giving himself a bit of time here. But this one is a wider delivery. We've seen him really punish bowlers into that offside multiple times, normally going over the top. But this one not just coming off. Going for it again, but this time it's wider. And it is a wide as signalled by Buck Stoneman. As Gimidi was really trying to use all of his levers to get anything on that. And it is another wide. Take another look here. And it's right on the line. And Buck Stoneman is going to be pretty harsh on that wide line. If it's anything on it, he's going to be consistent and give it. And it's another wide and not the start to the over that Najam Shahzad would have wanted. And this time, it's a great delivery. Gimidi does well to pull his bat away. And just biding his time here is Suman. He's only 23 years of age, is Suman. He's still a young man, obviously. But boy, is he full of talent. Oh, that's an outstanding delivery from Najam, and Suman Gimidi just sits there on his hinges and just says, well, when you get a delivery like that, there's not much you can do. But a tighter delivery from Najam Shahzad there. And again, missing out with the shorter delivery outside the offside. Suman Gimidi just looking a little bit uncomfortable here. Might be feeling a bit of pressure, a bit of nerves. Obviously losing his opening partner, Imran Khan, early. Imran Khan only going for 1. He was cleaned up by Adana Sarwat. He's came into the Marlow team towards the halfway stage of this tournament. He's been a real excellent addition. He's a capable batsman as well. And this time, Suman Gimidi punishes this into the leg side, and it will be the first maximum here on finals day, and it's off the bat of that man, Suman Gimidi, and it's 6 runs into the leg side. This one going all the way, and what a way to finish the over. Bit of an expensive one from the Jamshazad. 12 off it, and at the end of the third, at the end of the power play, Gorka 11, 26 for 1. And we can take a look at the power play there. It's a good start, really, just getting going early. Obviously, that first over was a pretty decent over, just 4 off it, but also getting the wicket of Imran Khan. As you can see, umpire Conrad Greenshields signaling the end of the power play. A very good afternoon to Prakash Gowda, saying, how are you, Charlie? I'm very well, thank you, Prakash. How are you? Obviously had a pretty enjoyable time at the World Cup qualifiers, I'm sure. Obviously, Maka Haji McCulloch, the new head coach for the Bulgaria national team. He's also coaches down at the same club as well as me. As Assad Mahmood is going to continue here. And this is a huge shot into the leg side. Whipped away by Ashraful Rupu. And this goes all the way, and it's another 6 runs. Assad Mahmood just too full, too straight. And Ashraful Rupu is quick to whip this off the pads. And what a shot. Ashraful Rupu has hit 2 magnificent boundaries now. But a good comeback from Assad Mahmood. It's a dot ball. You can just feel there is a real sense of energy and a tense energy around the ground. As the Gamblers SC have just arrived, they're making their way to the clubhouse to watch this game. Wow, and this is an outside edge, and it will run away. It evades the man at short third man, and it goes all the way, and it's another boundary. And this side, it's off. This time, it's off the outside edge of Ashraful Rupu. Adnan Gondal unable to get anything on this. We got a bit of a hand on it, but it wasn't enough. Okay, went it all the way. It's another big swing from Rupu, who's coming in at the elevated position of number 3. He's having a pretty good time of it early on, taking a liking to the left arm over of Assad Mahmood. This is an inside edge down into the pitch, and it's a dot ball. Prakash saying Portugal has wonderful weather for cricket always. Well, it certainly does. Unlike Bulgaria, where we were in, I think it was around about May time. I was lucky enough to go over there for the first part of the week. Started with snow and rain and frozen pitches. And eventually they did get some cricket towards the end of the week, which is always nice to see. At the end of the 4th, another good over if you're a Gorka 11 fan, with 10 runs off it. And at the end of the 4th, Gorka 11, 37 for 1. And well, there we go. The stats gun for the eliminator here. No surprise, top batsman for Gorka 11 is Suman Gimidi. Before this game was sat at 293, so he's now sat at 302. He's reached that 300 mark, but Imran Khan going early on Raul Kumar, who I assuming will be coming in at number 4. He's also got an opportunity, but interesting enough, we've not seen Asim Sawar yet for the Malak Kalandars, and we've also not seen Saeed Masam, but we are going to see Adnan Gondal here coming into the attack here in the 5th over. And that's a confident shot into the offside. And Ashraful Rupu sitting pretty comfortably here at the number 3 position. It's another single to the total. And the Gamblers, I see, have just arrived, as I previously mentioned, and obviously they'll be looking for a few ideas. They've obviously played both teams. Well, Gamblers are good at an interesting fact. Haven't beaten the Gorka 11 in this tournament so far. Fuller delivery, and Suman Gimidi in classic form punches this over the offside, and it goes all the way, and it's another boundary. It's 4 runs. And this is a shot that we've seen Suman Gimidi play time and time again, and gets that one all right. Pierces the infield, flies over the top if anything, and it runs away for another boundary. Just looking back throughout the previous fixtures in between Gorka and Gamblers, Gorka have won every matchup. This is an outside edge, and well, it's the second time that we've seen a boundary followed up by an unconvincing outside edge, and again it runs away and it's another boundary. It's 4 runs again off the bat of Suman Gimidi, trying to play a shot to an outswinging delivery that wasn't really there. It was a good delivery from Adnan Gondal, too good in fact. And it runs away, and it's another boundary, and things just going Gorka's way at the moment. And this is down the leg side, so Adnan Gondal just struggling a little bit here in his first over. He's been hit for 2 boundaries and then follows it up with a leg side wide. But it's good work from Shan Malik. Takes it cleanly, keeps it down to just the wide. We've seen that many times in this tournament. If it's been a wide, it's often cost them an extra run as well, as it often isn't taken cleanly. But 9 times out of 10, the quality of wicket keeping has been second to none. As this is again into the offside, and it evades the diving skipper Najam Shahzad. And it will pierce the infield right in the gap, and it goes again for another boundary, 4 runs. This time it plays the right shot to the outswinging delivery. Rana Sadwa tries to get a boot on it, but isn't able to pull it off, and Suman Gimidi moves comfortably into the 20s. He was just struggling early on in his innings. He took a few deliveries to get going, but now he's raced along to 21 off of just 13 deliveries now. And he goes again. It's a shorter delivery. And Adnan Gondal, he's getting the treatment here in his first over. And this goes all the way. It's a maximum. And it's 6 runs. Much to the happiness of the on-watching Gorka 11. They're feeling pretty comfortable at where they're sat at the moment. As Adnan Gondal gets a stern talking to from Najam Shahzad there. The interesting thing here is the likes of Najam Shahzad and Mohammad Adnan and Saeed Massam and Rana Sadwa. They'll be confident in that, and they'll be backing their abilities to chase anything down. Oh, what a great comeback that is. There's a bit of an appeal, but he won't get it, but it's an end to a pretty costly over, 20 off it. And at the end of the 5th, at the halfway stage, Gorka 11, 100. Sat at 57 for 1. This one just missing that leg stump by a whisker. And well, there you go. That's been the story so far for Gorka 11. Losing Imran Khan pretty early on. But sending Ashraf Rupu earlier. And boy, has he paid off. 19 off 12, and he's able to just provide a partnership for Suman Gimidi. He's raced along to 27 off of just 15. And we are going to get the introduction of the leading wicket taker for Marlow. It is going to be Asim Sawad coming into the attack. Starts with a bit of a long hopper, really. But Rupu a little bit early on this one. But I tell you what, Gorka 11, they'll be happy with the way that things are going so far. They've got a batsman who can come in at number 4. He'll be coming in, and he's got a real license to go for almost every delivery. He's got wickets in hand. He's also got a handful of runs to his name, so he'll be high on confidence. Ah, well, that's a great delivery from Sawad, doing Suman Gimidi all ends up. Tries to play a delivery that's way too close and only just missing the top of off. That's another big swing, but this is going to run away. And it will go all the way to the boundary, and this will be 4 byes, and it goes against the name of Shan Malik. It's not a terrible delivery. It's just a bit of poor keeping from Shan Malik. And in a game it's a must-win for both teams, and for Marlow, those are mistakes that you don't want to be making at this stage. And Suman Gimidi doesn't get all of this. He doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. It's down the ground, and it's collected by Saeed Massam for just a single. Wow, and this will go all the way over the man. And it's another boundary. This time it's off the bat of Ashraful Rupu. And Gorka 11 really feeling as if they're on top at the moment. And he's gone big into the offside down the ground, but he hasn't quite got all of this. Mohamed Adnan will come through and keep it to just a single. Suman Gimidi is asking, saying, come on, let's really try and push this first one hard. But it will just be a single. So it's not a terrible over for Sabad, just the one boundary. And at the end of his first over, the end of the 6th, Gorka 11, 68 for 1. Well, there's the story so far. You can see there, only the one bowler getting bowled his full allotment of overs so far. That was Asad Mahmood. He went for 0 for 20. But then there was also Adnan Gondal, who is not going to be continuing here. He went for 20 runs off of his single over. And we're going to see the international player for Portugal, Saeed Massam. He's going to be coming into the attack. He's again been a crucial member in this bowling attack for Marlow Calanders, and he's got an opportunity to really put his team back here. And this is going to fly off the bat, the extra bit of pace, and it goes the distance, and it's another 6 runs. And Ashraful Rupu is looking ever so confident at the moment. Not the start that Saeed Massam would have particularly expected from himself. It's wide and it's short, and he gets punished over the offside. You don't need to get a lot on it. Short square boundaries, we know that that's been the case, and it flies over the boundary, and it's another 6 runs. And this is a good comeback. It's again a shorter delivery, but just pushing a few extra yards of pace on that one. And Rupu unable to quite get anything on it. If any bit of bat on this, and it's going to race away. The outfield's pretty quick at the moment. It's a good comeback from Saeed Massam after going for a 6 first up. What a shot that is into the leg side. Steps all the way across and just flicks this round the corner. And Ashraful Rupu making the most of his opportunity, coming in at number 3. And this has gone all the way, 6 runs. What an excellent shot that is. It just shows the confidence of the man to take a big step into the leg side. Comes, I should say, the offside, looking to open up the leg side. And he's done it in emphatic style. And there's a lot of movement, and Suman Gimidi early to come through, and a direct hit would have been close, but that's excellent running from Suman Gimidi, and they come through for the bye. There's a lot of movement from Ashraful Rupu, almost too much. They will come through, and it's again another run. Both of these teams have got experience of playing in finals, especially here on the European Cricket Network. But This is going to be a bottom edge. This time it will just be a dot ball. That's a good stop from Shahan Malik. There was a big deviation and he watched that. He manages to get a pad on that one to prevent it from flying through. But no, both of these teams have got experience in finals. Obviously Mali have got 100% records in finals on the European Cricket Network. Boy, they're going to be relying on that level of experience here in the eliminator. And this is a down the leg side, and Massam just unable to close this over off. This is a wide ball down the onside. That's an excellent slower delivery. A great way to finally end the over. Bit of an expensive one for Saeed Massam. 13 off it. And at the end of the 7th, Gorka 11 comfortably 82 for 1. A very warm welcome to everybody around the world tuning in here for the eliminator of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. Gives me the opportunity to let you guys know and let everyone be aware of what's coming up in a few weeks' time. We've obviously got 3 tournaments left before we get to the European Cricket Championship starting on the 12th of September. That'll be taking place in Malaga in Cartama. And that'll start with Group A on the 12th of September. So do make sure you tune in for that. It's 5 weeks of excellent cricket. And well, the excellent cricket is going to continue here. This is huge down the ground. And Asim Savar, he gets punished early on. And it's that man again, Ashraful Rapool, 6 runs. And he's just taking a real liking to Asim Savar here. He's gone the distance early on, and he moves into the 40s. Wow, and the keeper, Shahan Malik, gets thrown off. Thrown off by the moving Ashraful Rapool. And this is going to be another set of byes. And it's another 4 byes. Things just not going the way of Asim Savar here. This time on the sweep, he executes it pretty well. But there's a man down at a deep square leg. That's Amandeep Singh, and he comes through, and it's just a single. The difference here is the single brings an even a serious amount of talent in Suman Gimari, and this is just a single into the offside. And I tell you what, one of the key things in this innings so far has really been the lack of dot balls. Only been 14 dot balls in this innings, and there's been many times in this tournament, and this has just got big on Rapool, but he stops himself from following through with the shot, and it will only just go to square leg, and it'll be another single to the total. Alterigo saying cricket's effort to be part of the Olympics has received a significant boost after it was added to be a shortlist of 9 that will be reviewed by the IOC. Well, that certainly is good news for the game of cricket, that's for sure. And well, that's it, some big news, as that's huge down the ground, and it sails over the head of long on, and it's another maximum. This time Suman Gimari gets in on the action, and it's 6 runs. And Gorka 11 very vocal in the stands at the moment. They're liking what they're seeing at the moment. Asim Savar, this has been a big over. Well, that's not really going to help his confidence. It's a shorter delivery. It's a bit of a gundy ball, but it doesn't get the treatment it deserves, and it will bring an end to an expensive over. 21 off it. And at the end of the 8th, Gorka 103 for 1. Prakash just asking, will you be there in Malaga, Charlie? Not too sure yet. Not too sure yet, Prakash. Only time will tell. But I tell you what, I'm certainly enjoying my time here in Portugal, and it's been a tremendous 2 weeks here with all the crew and everyone looking after us and all the teams. They've been outstanding to commentate on. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we've got 2 exciting matches here to finish up, which will just be the icing on the cake, really, after a splendid 2 weeks here in Portugal. And the skipper, Najam Shahzadi, needs a tidy over here. A wicket here could really just stem the flow of runs here. Getting a new batsman in just might change the game. Obviously, Marlow will back themselves to defend any total, especially on a ground such as this one, having hit the highest total in this tournament, 149 for 4 after 10 overs. So they really will expect themselves to be able to chase almost anything put on the board by Gorka 11. Najam Shahzad this time starts with a wide delivery. Take a look at this one again. And that one, well, he's been harsh on that wide line, but I think the umpire just might have got that one wrong. It was inside the wide line, but not much you can do if you're a bowler. Najam Shahzad under a bit of pressure here early on. It's a slower delivery and they'll come through. It's another wide, but it'll also be a single. And this over, not the start Shahzad, the skipper, would have been expecting from himself. And a very good evening to Mr. Tyrone Peters. Says, have a cracker, Charlie, bro. And a very good evening to you, Tyrone. Hope you're well, mate. Doing a splendid job out on comms duty with Rico. And well, Tyrone is the man he's the golden ball. He's the golden boy. Everywhere he goes, it just seems to follow him. He's got 2 in Germany now. This is right off the cue end of the bat, and it races away to the right of Asad Mahmood, the man at third man, and it's another boundary. And well, this over proving to be pretty costly. 7 off it, just the single delivery in this over that's been bowled legally. You can see that partnership over 100 now, 101 off of just 42 deliveries. Najam Shahzad really needs to dig deep here. Just taking a moment just to compose himself here. Wow, and this is another edge, and well, Asad Mahmood was moved a little bit squarer, and what a way to bring up the half century. Ashraful Rapool coming in at number 3, and he's made a serious impact, and he brings up his 50 with 2 consecutive 4s. Not the most convincing boundaries we've seen from Rapool, but it will take 4 down in the book, and it's now 53 off of just 24 deliveries, over 200 strike rate. But he's not finished here. He's still got 10 deliveries left in this innings. And this is just going to be into the leg side. It will just be a single. And that brings us to the halfway point of this over, and Shahzad has been hit with a bit of treatment. He's gone for a 12 off the over so far. He's still got half an over remaining, but while we wait for that next delivery, let's have a lurkers call out early on here in finals night, but let us know where you're watching from. I'm very intrigued as you join me, Charlie Hunt, here in the commentary box. And what an evening we've had so far, and plenty left to come. Shahzad under the cush here, and he's again not got the rhythm in his run out here, and this is another wide. It's the 3rd wide in this over. He's just struggling here. And well, there we go. We've already got the first lurkers in. Infinity Galaxy saying he's watching from Texas in the US of A. A very good afternoon, possibly good morning to you out in Texas. Hope you're well and enjoying the cricket here, as this is into the offside. And Asad is on the boundary, and he will keep this to a single. But Gimidi, who's been in from the start, has really just kept the scoreboard ticking over. Jamil Khan saying they're watching from Toronto in Canada, and there you go. This is a slower ball, and Rupul did pick it, however, wasn't able to get a bit about on this one, and it will just be a dot ball, and that will certainly relieve a little bit of pressure off the shoulders of Najam Shahzad. Yeah, we're getting Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo saying he's lurking from Vinny Land. Vinny, I hope you're enjoying your break, mate. Hope you're enjoying a well-earned vacation. Looking forward to catching up with you in Belgium, obviously in a few weeks' time. Certainly looking forward to that one. I'll have a bit of company in the commentary box for once. And, well, this is into the offside. And Rupul's fun has to end, but he goes after making an excellent half-century. He has to go, and the skipper finally gets the breakthrough that he's been wanting. It's a good catch by Renard Sarwar on the offside boundary, but Rupul has to go for 53, and the second wicket falls. Gorka 11, 117 for 2. Infinity saying, still morning here working from home while watching this game. Well, I'm glad you're able to join us here on the European Cricket Network as Ashraful Rupul walks off to applause from all of his teammates. And that man makes his way to the crease. And what a man to come in at number 4. Rahul Kumar. He's been coming in at number 3 throughout this tournament. And he's been in the runs, it has to be said. Certainly isn't scared of going early on, as he's currently got 162 runs to his name. He's 7th in the run scorers list in this tournament at the moment. Ashraful Rupul coming out of nowhere, really. He's had a couple of starts, but never really been able to make a serious impact. And it all happened in the 9th over, didn't it? As there was 14 off it, but also getting the wicket as well. And with 1 over remaining, Gorka 11, 117 for 2. And it is going to be Saeed Masam to bowl the 10th over here for Marlow. And this is dragged into the onside, and Gimity wants too early. Wow. He was halfway down. He got sent back, as I think Rahul Kumar wasn't really backing himself. He's certainly not slow, but when you're running with a man such as Suman Gimity, you're really struggling to keep up. But it's a single. So it obviously does bring the left-handed Rahul Kumar into the attack now, right in the middle. He's only got a handful of deliveries to face. And he goes for a big swing into the onside, but I think it's caught him right on the glove. So it will be, it's not given as runs, so it will just be a bye into the offside. But you can see he was very early on this one. He was already through the follow-through just as it reached him there. But also nice to see that Terry Frunks is watching from Adelaide in South Australia. A very good evening to you, Terry. And also Mubin Tariq, he's watching from Porto. So we've been playing for the Coimbatore Knights yesterday, and Suman Gimity's fun also comes to an end. Knows he has to go for it in the last. He goes for a big swing into the leg side, and that will be the end of him. He goes for 38, third wicket falling. Gorka 11, 118 for 3. He's done a good job for the Gorka 11. Batted all the way through to the 10th over, and he just kept ticking it over whilst Ashraful Rupul was going big, as it brings the new man Hardeep Singh, and boys, he got an opportunity to go big here, and he got 3 deliveries to go. Usman Khan saying this is not a big total, still chaseable. Well, that's what I keep saying, is that Marlow will back themselves to chase almost anything. They've got the batting lineup to do so. So Hardeep Singh on strike. And he's gone huge down the ground. This has gone a long way. And it's the biggest one of the night. This is another 6 runs. And Hardeep Singh gets off to a flyer. Saeed Masami's not really come off with his bowling here, and that has gone a long, long way. It was a slot delivery, and Hardeep Singh is not going to miss out there. Tyrone saying he who panicked first often loses. Oh, there you go. The ever insightful Tyrone Peters obviously was here in Portugal for the two golden balls. He was the tournament referee for the first week. Then he made his way out to Germany. He's stolen the luck, the golden ball touch, and they've had 2 in Germany. So Tyrone obviously doing a splendid job in Germany as Saeed Masam. This is a false start. But no, Marlow Calanders, they will certainly be backing themselves to chase anything, especially on the ground here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. That's a better comeback from Masam. It's a right on the Yorker length. Hardeep Singh unable to get any bat on this one, and it's a dot ball, and it's a precious, precious dot ball in the 10th over. So Rahul Kumar, unless this is a wide or a no ball and they get a single off it, won't be facing another delivery in this game. But it's all down to Hardeep Singh. He's got 1 delivery remaining. Oh, projected score is saying that they should get a 6 here. And this is a helicopter shot down the ground. Mohamed Adnan will collect. They'll turn and go for 2. And it's a good throw, but he gets the dive in. And we will go upstairs to see if that second run will count. They'll certainly get the single, but it was a little bit of a wayward throw from Mohamed Adnan. The keeper had a lot of work to do, did Shan Malik. He's not in frame. He's still not in frame. And I think he's going to survive. Gets that back down, and he will. That's excellent running. They will get 2 runs off the final delivery, and they'll finish on 127 for 3 after their 10 overs, as they will set 128 for victory for Marlow here in the eliminator of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, as we get to go ahead. And boy, will this be an exciting one to watch as we go to the highlights of the first innings of match number 31, the eliminator. And it was a good start for Ranar Sarwar. He got Imran Khan for 1 off 3, but little did they know that that would bring Ashraful Rapu, a man who we've seen a handful of times with the bat, not really getting much of an opportunity. He came in at number 3, and boy did he start big. And when that was one of the best shots of the innings, it was a gloriously timed cover drive. And well, that was just the beginning, as there was a little bit of wayward bowling really from the likes of Najam Shazad, and really just Najam. Really, he had 5 wides in his total spell. With well, there were 26 extras, 19 wides from the Marlow Calanders. But it was also joined by some huge hitting from the likes of Suman Gimadi. But that man Ashraful Rapu, 54 off of 27. Exceptional hitting, and this is just some prime examples where he got a little bit lucky throughout his innings. There was a few outside edges that went all the way, but when you really do get opportunities, you have to make the most, and boy did he do so. And there you can see Suman Gimadi also getting a little bit of luck, as that one ran down to the boundary, just evading the man at short third man. And Suman Gimadi, he played a really mature innings, it has to be said. 38 off of 26, obviously facing the first delivery, making it all the way to the 10th over. But he faced a good amount of deliveries, and he really did a good job. There you go. You can see, we take a look at some of the bowlers. Saeed Masam, he did get a wicket, but he did get a little bit of tap as well, going for 22. And that was a great shot from Ashraful Rapu, who really has made a name for himself in this team, coming in at number 3. And if Gorka 11 go on to make the final, it will certainly do him a heap of confidence with some big shots. 5 4s and 4 6s. Striking at exactly 200. Asim Sabad, well, he came in, he's been the man that's often got the wickets for Marlow, but this time unable to do so. He goes wicketless in this innings. But that was how Ashraful Rapu brought up his 50. You can see he acknowledges his team. They were very vocal in this innings, and he carried on. That was a beautiful shot. However, it picked out Ranar Sadwai. He had to go. It was a good catch from Sawad on the offside boundary, but it brought another wicket on in the final over as Suman Gimini was bowled by Saeed Masam. He went for 38 off of 26, 3 4s and 3 6s. Well, that brought Hardeep Singh to join Rahul Kumar, and Hardeep went big first up. It was a slot delivery, and it's pretty much the perfect delivery you want to face first up in the final over. And Hardeep Singh was quick to punish that one as he used all of his strength and all of the length, and it went all the way, and it brought us to an end of the first 10 overs. Gorka 11 finishing on 127 for 3. So Marlow, if they're going to get themselves into another final on the European Cricket Network, they've got a bit of pressure. They're going to have to chase. They're going to have to chase to 128 after their 10 overs. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 22 minutes or so as you're watching the eliminator of the FanCode European Cricket T10 with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, for the second innings, the chase of the eliminator here for the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And Gorka 11, they have set 128 for victory after electing to bat first in the first innings. Marlow, they've got 128 and they need to tick them off in their 10 overs. 60 balls to go. And Hardeep Singh is going to get us underway for Gorka 11. And he starts in classic European style. We start with a wide ball. Oh, what an atmosphere has built around the ground. A few spectators have made their way in. Obviously, I know the final is coming up later. And there's also the gamblers I see there watching with eagle eyes, both in the clubhouse and just outside. So a very good afternoon to them, and good afternoon to everybody in the clubhouse and to everybody tuning in around the world as we are in for an exciting chase. Rana Salwar on the drive, being promoted to open here alongside Mohamed Adnan, the leading run scorer in this tournament. And that's a good delivery. Gets him leaning over, big outswinger, and Hardeep Singh is looking like he's on the money pretty much straight away. Mohamed Adnan, he's got 54 runs of a gap between him and Ankush Kumar in second. And what a delivery that is. And they will come through for a bye as the keeper, Krushan Singh, unable to quite collect this cleanly. What a delivery this is. A bit of a way swing, but then nipping in off the seam. Doesn't really get much better than that. As Zishan Ashfaq says, hello, hello. Let's hear it for the Kalandars. Obviously, the Marla Kalandars are the defending champions of this tournament. They've won every single tournament that's been hosted here in Portugal. They've been the Portuguese representatives for the ECL. And Ranar Sawar again goes for a big shot, but he hasn't quite got any runs off the bat. Correction, that's Mohamed Adnan on strike, of course. And he's not happy about the fact that that wasn't a wide. It's a wide ball. It's a dot ball nonetheless. Wow, and this is met with the full force of the bat. And what a way to get off the mark. It's the first boundary of the response. And once again, it's off the bat of Mohamed Adnan, and it's 4 runs for the Marlow Kalandars. It's a fuller delivery. It's a slot ball. And a batsman who's in the form of his life, Mohamed Adnan, is not going to miss out on the fuller delivery. He's offered a bit of length, and it goes all the way, and it's 4 runs. And this time it will be a wide. Mohamed Adnan trying to drag this into the leg side. There is a man on the square leg boundary, however, 9 times out of 10, if Adnan gets any bit of bat on it, it does sail all the way. He's getting a lot of lateral movement, is Hardeep Singh. Just isn't quite latching onto the right areas here. But a huge welcome back to everybody, whether you're tuning in on YouTube, European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or on FanCode in India. What a game we've got here, as both teams battle out to make their way to the final. This is a good comeback from Hardeep Singh. You can just hear that Gorka 11 are certainly up for this out in the field, but they're being matched by Marlow Kalandars in the stand. There's a lot of noise coming from them out there as this over slowly comes to an end. It's been a bit of a long one. There's been 2 wides so far. And this is into the leg side, and there is a man on the boundary, so it will just be a single. But a good end to the over, and it's a decent over. Not quite what they would have been wanting, but it's 8 off the first. Marlow 8 for none after 1. And well, there we go. For those that were paying attention in the previous innings, or the previous match, and there you go. It was the 9th golden ball of the year as FC Victoria Berlin, they went all the way against ACB Carrera Combat, and what a match that was. Match 11, and that was an incredible spectacle to witness. It was obviously 2 required for victory. They were coming back for the second. He slipped. There was a possibility of a buzzer, but it ended up being a victory for the bowling side, as we're going to see Mandeep Singh here. There's a big appeal, and he's gone. Mohammad Adnan has to go, and what a wicket that is. And the first wicket falls, and it's a big wicket. Mohammad Adnan has to go. He goes for just 5, and Marlow Calanders 8 for 1. There was a big appeal, and I think this angle is going to be the better one. It's not a bump ball. It was an impact after it bounced, and he has to go. It's a big wicket and a great start for the bowler Mandeep Singh. And a lot of pressure on the incoming batsman now. It's an early wicket, and Adnan has to go, but an equal batsman makes his way to the crease. It's the skipper, Najam Shahzad. He makes his way to the middle, and boy oh boy has he got a big mountain to climb here. 120 required off of 53 deliveries. And Najam Shahzad, he's got a huge opportunity to lead from the front. The skipper for Marlow. Down the ground, but it clatters into the hands of Mandeep Singh, and it will just be a single, so he's off the mark straight away. This was hit pretty well, right off the middle of the bat, but Mandeep Singh was equal to it, and he got a hand on it and kept it to just a single. Bernard Sarwar on strike, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 2 deliveries. Well, that's certainly going to help his confidence. It's a loose delivery from Mandeep Singh. It's 2 straight, and he gets punished as it's clipped off the legs of Bernard Sarwar, and he opens up his account, and it's 4 runs into the leg side. That'll certainly rest a few nerves. Mandeep Singh getting a good start, obviously getting the breakthrough of the wicket of Mohammad Adnan, and he only managed to add 5 to the total. He went 5 off of 5. What a big wicket that is, but that's hit very well. That's coming into the com box, and I get a hand on it, so I stop it, and it goes all the way, and it's 4 runs. Came right into where I was sat, just under that little table there. Always paying attention, I am. Got a hand on it. No, nothing past me here in the commentary box. And a change as Lushan Singh is going to be coming up to stand up to the stumps now. And well, they will come through for a single. That's good running from the skipper Najam Shahzad. This is a full toss, and it will be come through for a quick single, but they go to the far end, and it's very rare that you survive taking a single to Suman Gimidi. He is the Duracell bunny of this FanCode European Cricket T10, and they finish the second with a single. It's a good over, 11 off it, and at the end of the second, 19 for 1. Well, there's obviously a clear issue, as Najam Shahzad, most of the deliveries or balls that have been hit into the direction of the commentary box, I am just sat at a perfect position for long off, but it's always been Najam Shahzad. It was one that just went past me, and this time, this one right just to the right of me again. Hardeep Singh continues, and Shahzad will just play this into the offside for a single. But again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in here on the European Cricket Network. And what an evening this will be, and what an evening we've already had. We've had some big shots. A good evening to Ian Johns in the chat, and a very good evening to everybody, Wazza as well. I hope you're all looking forward to what is going to be an exciting chase and an exhilarating final. This is a single down to short third man, and it's, well, a direct hit would have been pretty close, but it is a single. Gorka 11 feel as if they're on top at the moment, as they really are so vocal and has excellent energy on the field. Suman Gimini, once again, always involved. He's there, he's talking to the bowlers. He's a very talented cricketer, even though he's only just at the age of 23. He really is in for an excellent cricketing career, is Suman Gimini. And Hardeep Singh continuing here. Oh, takes a tumble, and it will be a wide. It's a good take from Ushan Singh. But Hardeep Singh, he's okay, he's up straight away, but he took a big tumble there. Just a little bit of too much momentum. And it's a wide ball, but a very good afternoon to James Stewart as well. And Prakash Gowda saying, Charlie, you need a partner for commentary. Well, Prakash, you would know, obviously out in Malta, I was on my own for commentary duties. And I was also on my own in Krefeld, on my own here in Portugal. But I will have an accomplice, a partner in crime, Vinny Sandhu. I'll be alongside Vinny Sandhu in Belgium in around 4 weeks' time. Certainly looking forward to that. But I quite enjoy myself solo commentary. It means I get to interact with everyone in the chat. You guys make sure I don't feel too lonely. But I'm very grateful to be given this opportunity and to bring you the commentary for this tournament. And what a tournament it's been, and what a tournament it's playing out to be. As this is a good shot into the offside. As well, it's a bit of a mistake. It's a rare mistake from Suman Gimini, and they will come through for a second. And Suman will expect better of himself there. But he struggles ever so slightly, and it will be 2 runs off the bat of Ranar Sarwar into the offside. So Hardeep Singh, this has been a pretty tidy over so far. Just looking to go on the scoop, but this has gone high in the air, and I think he will be gone, and he will. And it's another wicket. Hardeep Singh keeps his calm and holds his nerve. And he takes the return catch. And Ranar Sarwar has to go for 12. Second wicket falls. Marlo Kalander's struggling here. 25 for 2 in the third. This one had some serious hang time. It went all the way straight off the leading edge of Ranar Sarwar. He was trying to almost scoop this round the corner. As the new batsman makes his way out to the crease, and he joins Najam Shazad. That is Saeed Massam coming in at number 4. We've seen him do it plenty of times on the European Cricket Network, but he's really got to pay off now. As Najam Shazad was just trying to get on strike. Don't think he realised that it was the end of the over. There is a single delivery left, and Hardeep Singh looking to close off an excellent opening spell for Gorka 11 here. And this will be pushed into the offside, and it will just be a single one. A direct hit would have been very close, but it's well backed up by Ashraful Rupu, and it's a good end to the over with just a single off it. Direct hit would have been very close. He had to get the skates on. He might have been gone. He survives Saeed Massam, and he gets a single, and he's off the mark straight away. And at the end of the third, after the power play, Marlow 26 for 2. Well, at this stage, Gorka 11, well, we're pretty much neck and neck at this stage. Gorka 11 were 26 for 1, whereas Marlow are 26 for 2. So the extra wicket in hand for Gorka at the moment, but runs-wise, neck and neck here. And once again, obviously, Marlow, they have set the largest total, 148 after their 10 overs, successfully defended against, I think it was the Coimbra Knights. And this is kept out, but it finds the outside edge. It's going to race away down the hill. It evades the skipper, Mandukar Tapa, unable to cut this off. And it's a welcome boundary off the outside edge of Syed Massam. 4 runs. That'll just calm the nerves of Syed Massam. It's his first boundary off the bat. Just needs to settle in here and really keep his skipper company. These two need to really build a partnership. That's a great comeback from Mandeep Singh. Well, Hardeep Singh finishing with figures of 1 for 14 off of his 2 overs. Exceptional opening spell. We've seen it time and time again. This time bowled out early, so there'll be interesting to see where they go to bowling-wise later on in the innings. This is again a great delivery. Syed Massam unable to find a bit of bat on this one, but they'll come through signalled as a leg bye. Jam into the offside. They come through very quickly for a single. That's excellent running from Syed Massam. Was a direct tip, but he was already home comfortably. He was very early to set off here. You can see there, he's in by a very, very long distance, but it was a good throw from, I think that's Mandeep Singh. Oh, that's a wild swipe on the offside from Syed Massam. Doesn't quite pay off. Just chewing up a few deliveries here. Here's Massam. I'll tell you what, excellent work from that man again, Rushan Singh. Been excellent with the gloves. And just as I say that, they'll come through for a pretty easy single, and it's off the wide again. So again, I saw that there was a pretty good example of it in Germany. Tyrone was saying that the bowler was bowling exceptionally well, and went on to bowl, I think it was 3 or 4 consecutive wides. Just as I say that Rushan Singh has been keeping excellently. Let's one go. And this time again, it is another wide, but this time it's kept cleanly by Rushan Singh, so he's back onto where he knows his standard should be. This finds the outside edge, but it's well fielded by Madhukar Tapa, and it will just be another single. And it's a single to end the 4th. Marlow 36 for 2. And well, at this point, now 1 run behind is at this stage Gorka 37 for 1. There we go. Bit of news breaking the other week, and the switch to prime time. The European Cricket Championship starting on the 12th of September will be under lights in 2022. But no, I can tell you as well, obviously that'll be Monday to Friday, international T10 cricket, but on the Saturday and Sunday for the 5 weeks that we're in Malaga, in Cartama, there'll also be an EC T10 tournament. Yes, there'll be Spanish domestic teams will be taking part in that one. That'll certainly be interesting. So 7 days of cricket, 5 weeks on the trot, as we're now going to see Amandeep Guman. He's beating in the wickets for Gorka 11 this tournament. He comes in now and he's got a big, big role to play here as he starts off with a good delivery, and it will just be a single. It should just be a single. They're going to take him on. It could be close. And they come through for the second. And every single run is vital in a chase such as this one. Currently 92 off of 36, and they need a big, big over just to get them back into this game. Direct hit, and I think he would have been gone. This one stays low, and Shahzad, the skipper, misses out. It's not an easy delivery to deal with if it's just skids under your bat. It takes a lot of quick reactions to get something on it. This time it's a dot ball. Only the 4 boundaries in this inning so far. Big appeal, but well, Roshan Singh was pretty confident. I think this does clip the pad, and it certainly does. It's excellent work, but it is a dot ball nonetheless. But again, Roshan Singh, quality behind the stumps. And again, it's another wide, but a good, interesting, and I know that Vinny, who I'm pretty sure is lurking, I know he'll be keen to watch the likes of Roshan Singh. We just see how low he stays right until the last minute, and then comes up with the ball, really keeps his head in line with the delivery, just makes it 10 times easier to take it cleanly. Look how low he is there. Well, that's a rinse and repeat. Amandeep Goman struggling here. That's the second wide on in a row. This is a big swing. I think he might have got a bit of an outside edge. Big deviation. It is an edge, so it is a run. It's a single. Shahzad just hasn't come off yet here in this innings. Yet to get a boundary to his name. And, well, Massam has 1 boundary, but it was an outside edge. And just as I predicted, Vinny Sandhu drops the lurking emoji. The 2 eyes. That is the official lurking emojis. Well, this is a big shot into the offside, and that is certainly what the doctor ordered for the Marlow Calanders. It's a lovely shot into the offside. Pierces the covers, and it goes all the way, and it's 4 runs. Assam moves on to 9 off of 6 now, and that is going to relieve a bit of the pressure, but they need a few more of those here. Amandeep Goman has been pretty much the all-stars with the ball in this tournament for Gorkha 11. It's just not coming together here in his first over in the eliminator. He's currently got 11 wickets in this tournament so far. Wow, this is big into the leg side, and that will go all the way. And it's a good over for Marlow. Just what the doctor ordered. And it's another 6 runs into the leg side. And what a way to end the 5th. And at the halfway stage, Marlow 51 for 2. So there you go, 51 for 2 after the 5th. No one really able to get going, but Syed Massam looking pretty confident now after those 2 back-to-back boundaries, 15 off the 5th. And a very good evening to Selva Kumar. He drops the lurking emojis as well. Hope you're well. Also good afternoon to Waza, to Vinny as well, and to Usman as well, and Prakash and Brendan. Hope you're all well and hope you're all enjoying, and to everyone tuning in. If you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead, please do subscribe to the channel. Do hit the like button as well on the broadcast. Lets us know that you're enjoying what you're watching on the European Cricket Network, as we're going to see Nila Suryawanshi coming into the attack for Gorkha. And this is dragged into the leg side. Imran Khan will keep it to just a single. As again, Najam Shahzad just isn't quite looking comfortable out in the middle at the moment. He's not really finding the middle of the bat. You just wonder at this point, he just needs to try and hit his way out of it here. Even if he gets out and it brings in someone like Asim Sabad, or Jayesh Bapad is also able to hit a pretty long ball, as is Ahmed Ikram as well, who we've seen him at the top of the order at some points as well. So you just question whether he just needs to go for it here now. Well, Syed Massam does so. There's a man out in the deep. It's good work from Manjeet Singh, and it'll just be a single. This is good early bowling, good signs for Suryawanshi. That was a big inside edge onto the pads. And well, he was going to have a shy at the stumps, but Hardeep Singh wasn't quite there in time to back up the throw. And it's a single to the total. This is a big shot into the leg side, but it's off the splice of the bat. Manjit Singh will collect, and it will just be a single into that leg side. Brings the skipper back on strike. He's 11 off 12, yet to get a boundary to his name. Is the skipper. It's a good delivery from Suryawanshi. The dot ball. And Shahzad, we've seen him hit some great shots over the offside, but he's just eyeing up that leg side too much, and I think that's just a sign of someone who's not quite seeing it the way that he really wants to. He's a serious talent with both bat and ball, and we've seen it. We've seen glimpses of it throughout this tournament. But this is excellent bowling from Suryawanshi here. Wow, it's a full toss. It's a no ball. And that one's just clipped Najam Shahzad. I think that one has really hurt. That sign of anger there, just proving that that one might have caused some damage. I know exactly how that feels like. I had a pretty similar issue pre-season last year. Had a full toss, and it clattered right into the knuckle. I ended up out of cricket for about 3 months, so I certainly know how painful that is, and he will be in a serious level of discomfort, as we will see the magic spray come out for the skipper. As Brendan Clark asking, where are you from in the UK? Well, I'll answer that in just a second, and that just gives us an opportunity to let you know what's going on in the world of the European Cricket Network. So we're obviously in Dresden at the moment. Rico and Tyrone doing an excellent job alongside the crew. Steph and Meda and Charles out there as well, doing an excellent job. And then after 2 weeks in Dresden, we make our way to Krefeld. We've already been there this year. Obviously, we were there for the Tri-Series between Germany, Sweden and Austria. And then we go to Belgium for 2 weeks. I'll be alongside Vinny Sandu, the Mr. Maximo, for 2 weeks in Belgium. But then we'll go to Malaga to Khartoum for the European Cricket Championship. Najam Shahzad looks as if he's okay. Just taking a bit of a blow, but he has got a free hit here. Brendan, to answer your question, I was born in Essex, so just outside London. However, I grew up most of my life in the south of Spain, so hence that's my upbringing. So that is obviously going to be a free hit here, and Suryawanshi's had a pretty tidy over up until that point. Only the 4 runs off it before bowling a no ball. So he's not for 5 after 0.5. It's a free hit, and this will really, if Shahzad can get this away, it will certainly be bring a sigh of relief for the Marlow skipper. That run rate is just creeping up now, but it's a free hit and it's a big opportunity. And he certainly does make most of this. This is a super shot into the leg side. That's gone out of the ground, and it goes all the way, and it's 6 runs, and it's a big sigh of relief for Najam Shahzad. And you can just see how far that went out of the ground. That's a 6 on any ground, and just see releasing the bottom hand pretty much straight away, so he is in a bit of pain, is Najam Shahzad. You can just see here, as soon as he hits the shot, that bottom hand comes off. But it's a huge 6, and it's not the end to the over that Suryawanshi would have wanted 11 off it. And at the end of the 6th, Marlow 62 for 2. And Marlow just need another big over, and it could come here, as we're going to see Suman Gimidi coming into the attack. Brendan Clark saying Lancashire versus Essex was called off in the Royal London One Day Cup. Certainly was. No surprise. Obviously, you play cricket in England 8 times or 6 times out of 10. You're going to get called off for rain. Doesn't matter what time of year. But Suman Gimity is coming into the attack. And no surprise that Saeed Massam is going to try and look to go big here. Looking to make the most of the slower delivery, but Gimity certainly isn't a slower spinner. This is down the ground, and it should be collected, and is by Rahul Kumar. It's been a rare occasion this game where Rahul Kumar wasn't able to get an opportunity with the bat. Obviously, was a delay, so had to go down to number 4 due to that breakdown of a car. This will be a wide ball, signalled by umpire Conrad Greenshills, and he confirms it with the nod. Well, I think Gimity was saying that spun in, but it just didn't in time. But it is a wide. Oh, that's a big swing into that leg side again from Shahzad, just feeling like he's out of nick here. Trying to go everything into that leg side, and he's so powerful all around the ground. Just needs to really hit the ball on its merit. And I think the man in front of me, Rahul Kumar, was just taking a listening, and he was going to try and get another man onto that leg side. He gets told to stay where he is. And again, it's another big swing from Shahzad, and he's just not coming off here. He's now at a runnable 17, and he's just a little bit out of touch here. Just on that wide line. Obviously, Conrad Greenshill's having a bit of a nicer approach. And again, goes into the leg side. He's taking a big step across. And Najam Shahzad, you just wonder, you might see a big aggressive swing, and it might lead to the end of his innings, but he really needs to just take a breather. It's a bit of a big pressure moment here. This is a good end to the over. It could be crucial. And he goes up in the air. There is a man there, and that's an outstanding catch. It's Hardeep Singh. What an outstanding catch. And he gets the skipper, Najam Shahzad. Never really looked comfortable at the crease, but it still took an unbelievable bit of work down at long on. And Hardeep Singh holds the catch, and Suman Gimity gets the breakthrough. It's the 3rd wicket to fall. Marlowe struggling, 64 for 3. And we get to take another look at this here. Just up in the air, Shahzad never looked like he was going to get going, but again, an outstanding grab from Hardeep Singh, diving down to his left, much to the celebrations of him and his teammates. But it's another wicket, and it brings the new man to the crease, and he's got a big job to do here, Amandeep Singh. So that's now 64 required off of 3 deliveries. We've seen crazier things happen, but it's going to take a big amount of hitting. And Irfan Ahmed asking, is it the final match? It certainly isn't. The final will take place at 7:30 local time, so an hour and a half away. That will be the winner of this match between Gorka and Marlowe. Obviously, a huge thank you to one of our new partners. Frederic Constantin is the official timekeeper of the FanCode European Cricket T10. As we're going to see, interesting here, no Nilesh Shuriwanshi, he's not going to continue here. We're going to see Amandeep Guman. He went for 15 off of his first over. That wicket really could have been the turning point in this game. This is left by Buck Stoneman, and Amandeep Guman not happy. Oh, and umpire Conrad Greenshills isn't happy with this. He's just saying that the umpire's call is final, and that one was a good call. It's on the line, and Buck Stoneman has had a pretty straight response to anything that's on the wide line, and he often goes up and will give it. But I like that from Conrad Greenshills, just turning around saying doesn't want anything to be said to the umpires. That's an excellent delivery. Good comeback right in the block hole. And Taimur Sam just can only get a single into the leg side. And with every delivery that only goes for a single or a dot, you could just feel a bit of the defending champion's hopes fading away. Amandeep Singh, he's more than capable with the bat. He can hit a long ball, but he's got to go from the off hit. Tries to. It's off the toe end of the bat into the offside. It's collected by Rahul Kumar. And it will just be a single. You can see they're now just under 30 runs. They're 27 runs behind where they need to be. Gorka 94 for 1 at this stage. This is hit well. It won't quite pierce the field as Rahul Kumar again will come round and will keep it to a single. And Gorka 11 have been outstanding in the field. There's just a few times where Marlow had a few buzzers. However, Gorka 11 have been second to none here. This is into the leg side. And it's taken. And another wicket goes, and it's that man again at long on. Hardeep Singh, that's his second catch of the game. And Amandeep Singh has to go for just the one. And it's the 4th wicket to fall. Marlow 68 for 4 in the 8th over. And you just do wonder if that might be the nail in the coffin, as interesting to see who comes out to the middle now. It's going to be Amir Ikram, who is a man who has had a bit of time at the top of the order. He's not come off 9 times out of 10, but he is more than capable of hitting a long ball, but he needs to go from the off. It's 24 required off of each over now. That run rate is just going to keep on climbing with every single or a dot, or even a 2 really. Needs to be boundaries. It's another wicket for Amandeep Kumar. That's his 12th now in this tournament. Well, and he starts well. And they're going to need a few more if they're going to reach the final. And Ahmed Ikram gets underway with a huge 6 into the leg side. And Marlow are going to need something special here. Is it going to be the tail of Ahmed Ikram? He's 6 off the first. And he's going to need a few more if they're going to get near this total. 54 runs required off of 13. That run rate still creeping up even after a huge 6. It's a wide ball from Amandeep Kumar. That one again was a wide, certainly outside the wide line. This has been a decent over for Marlow, but it's not enough at this stage. Only 10 off it. Correction, 11. And dragged into the leg side. It's an early call of 2, but I don't think Ikram will take it. He'll keep it to a single. He'll keep the strike. And they finish with a single. So at the end of the 8th over, Marlow struggling more here. 76 for 4. And there's the tail at the moment. And at this stage, after the 8th, Gorka had a big over. They had 21 off the 8th over, and they ended up on 103 for 1 after the 8th. So a fair amount of runs in this now. And they really do need a big miracle, really, if they're going to get anywhere near this total. And it's got to be the over. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, always says it happens in the 9th. And Marlow, they're going to need it to happen here. 52 off of 12. Suman Gimidi continuing here. That's just a... should just be a single. There's calls of 2, but Massam will keep the strike. Interestingly so, he's not quite taken a liking to Suman Gimidi's bowling. Suman Gimidi's a man of serious talent. He's done it with both bat and ball this tournament. He's also an incredible man with the gloves, but Ushan Singh keeping him out of there. But when you've got Suman Gimidi in the field, it certainly helps. This has gone high in the air. Rahul Kumar will come in, and he takes it. And it's another wicket for Suman Gimadi. This time, Saeed Masam has to go, and you just think that might be the final nail in the coffin for Marlow. As the 5th wicket goes, Marlow 77 for 5. Doesn't get a big amount of turn. It's just off the outside edge, really. Just goes straight up, and it's a good catch by the man in front of me, Rahul Kumar. And there's a sigh of relief from Rahul, I think, as he took that one safely, as the big left-hander, Asim Sawad, makes his way out to the middle, and he has got to go every single ball here if they're going to have any chance. Again, both of these teams have got exceptional experience. Obviously, Marlow, they are for 7 years running, they have been the national champions in Portugal. They're inspired by the Lahore Qalandars. They've represented Portugal in the ECL last year, and they're the champions of the last year, and they've won the last 4 ECN tournaments. They're trying to make it 5, but it's going to be a very big ask from this position. The left-hander comes into the middle. That's a bit of a rank delivery really from Suman Gimadi, but it's excellent stop from Rushan Singh, and just proving as to why he's keeping Suman Gimadi out with the gloves. It's a big, big wide, and he just dives to get everything on it. He gets a glove and he keeps it to just the wide ball. And that one is again another wide. And again, exceptional work from Rushan Singh. He's blinded by this swinging. That seems so hard, but he gets a pad on it, and it just prevents it from being any more than what it is. That's gone into the leg side, and it's over. It goes over the man. Rahul Kumar isn't able to get a hand on this one, and it sails over the boundary, and it's 6 runs, and boy, do they need a few more of those. Not scared to take on that short boundary. Rahul Kumar unable to prevent that one from going over the boundary, and it's 6 runs. This is time. It is into the leg side again, but Amandeep Kumar will keep it to just a single. And normally I would say that rotating the strike after a big 6 is a pretty decent way of going about your business. However, and that run rate is just going up and up and up, you just think they need to go for every single delivery now. They've got wickets in hands. They've still got 5 wickets left. And that run rate needs to get down to 36 for the final over. That's gone high in the air. It'll take some catching. It's Hardeep Singh to make it a hat-trick for his catching, and he does. It's a great catch. And Amit Ikram, he has to go for 8 off of 4. The 6th wicket falls. But more importantly, it's a dot ball. And the Marlow Qalandars, they fall to 86 for 6 here in the 9th. So the new man to the crease makes his way out to the middle, and again it's a pretty similar story. He's got to go from the off. Has Adnan gone down? Didn't quite come off for him with the ball, I should say. In Gorka's innings, he ended up with none for 20 off of his single over. But he's coming out now, and he's got to go from the off. He's got 1 delivery left in the 9th. He needs 6 to keep Marlow within a chance. It's a slim chance, but he needs a 6. And it isn't going to be. So this will just be a single, and that will all but confirm that it will be Gorka 11 in the final, as it's now 41 required off the last. Unless there's a load of wides and no balls, Gorka 11 will make it to the final. And they're going to Mr. Reliable. Manjeet Singh will bowl the 10th. And well, at the end of that 9th over, Marlow 87 for 6, and it will be 41 for victory. Unless there's a no ball or wide from Manjeet Singh, all he needs to do is bowl 6 legal deliveries, and they will make it through to the final. Outstanding figures again for Suman Gamedi, 3 for 13 off of his 2 overs. And we go into the 10th, and it will be Manjeet Singh. And he starts with a single. So it pretty much does confirm that the final will be Gamblers SC taking on Gorka 11. Unless anything crazy happens in this final over, but I can't imagine it will. And it's another dot ball, and it's a really good start from Manjeet Singh here. It's a really good start to the over from him. This has gone high in the air. It's an opportunity for a catch, and it will be taken by Imran Khan as Manjeet Singh gets a wicket to his name, and it's the 7th wicket to fall. And the Marlow Kalanders 88 for 7 here in the 10th over. So that will confirm that Gorka 11 have defeated the reigning champions here in the Eliminator, and they will go on to take on a bit of a surprise package, as James Stewart has said in the chat. Gamblers SC, they will be facing Gorka 11 in the final. What a matchup that will be, and an interesting story. Gamblers SC have never beaten the Gorka 11 here in this tournament, so what a matchup that'll be in the final. We've got 3 deliveries remaining here, as the new batsman is Shan Malik, the keeper for Marlow. Good delivery from Manjeet Singh. It's a dart across the batsman, and it's a dot ball. And this will be a single into the offside. Could be a chance of a run out, but he will be gone. So it's another wicket. Good fielding by Ashraful Rupul, so he contributes in the field after making a well-earned half-century with the bat. And it's another wicket as Shan Malik gets run out. He goes for a golden duck, and it's an 8th wicket to fall. Marlow Kalanders 88 for 8. As Jayesh Popat comes out to the middle. There's only 1 delivery left. He won't be on strike. It will be Adnan Gondal to face the final delivery, as Manjeet Singh is looking to finish with impressive figures here with a bit of death bowling. And it will be a dot ball to finish. Outstanding work from the Gorka 11. They have defeated the 4-time champions, the reigning champions of this tournament, Marlow Kalanders. They are out of this tournament, but they have lost to an exceptional team of Gorka 11. They take victory by 39 runs here in the Eliminator, and they will go on to face the Gamblers SC in the final of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, as we get to take a look at the highlights of the second innings of the Eliminator, match 31, as there's still handshakes all around at the highlights, and it was never really the start that Marlow wanted. Mohamed Adnan, he had to go early, not before hitting a lovely shot down the ground, but that would be all she wrote, as he was eventually gone, caught behind by Rushan Singh off the bowling of Mandeep Singh. But he had to go, and well, that brought Najam Shazad to the crease, but he was also just unable to really get going, as he joined Adnan Sadwa. He hit a lovely boundary into the leg side. That was 1 of 2 fours for him. This was the second down the ground. That one just flowing to me. And then just really couldn't get going. He was eventually caught and bowled by Hardeep Singh. It brought Syed Masami. He was the top scorer for the Marlow Kalanders. He had a pretty decent partnership with the skipper, but Najam Shazad just wasn't able to get going. He was 17 off of 19. He only had 1 6 to his name. That was his single boundary. But this is good to see, as off the screen to my right, Marlow are applauding the Gorka 11, as obviously this was a repeat of the final last time around. Again, there you go, Najam Shazad. That was a single 6. It was off a free hit, but but he was eventually caught, and then, well, that was by... He was out, and it was a great catch by Hardeep Singh, but he had to go to the player of the match, Suman Gimidi, finishing with figures of 3 for 38, but also contributing healthily at the top of the order with 38 off of his 26 deliveries. But then there was a constant flow of wickets. This was Amir Ikram. He went big to go to start off into the onside, but eventually he would fall as he was caught by Hardeep Singh again off the bowling of Suman Gimidi. Well, that was a different wicket. That was a catch for Rahul Kumar. That was Syed Masam. He had to go. He went for 20 off of 14. A decent innings, 2 4s and a 6, going at 142, but he just really didn't have enough partners as Suman Gimidi got the next wicket of Amir Ikram. He was caught by Hardeep Singh. Hardeep Singh having a good game both back with the ball and in the field. He took 3 catches, but also finished with figures of 1 for 14. And then in the final over, Asim Sabad trying to go big. He wasn't able to get anything on it, and it was caught on the 30-yard circle by Imran Khan. And then this was a run out at the end as Shan Malik wasn't really pushing it. He knew that the game was all but over. But it sets us up for a very interesting final. The Gamblers SC, they will take on Gorka 11 in the final of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. That is coming your way in around about an hour and 10 minutes. So do come back for the final. We will see a new champion on the European Cricket Network here in Portugal as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal alongside myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon and welcome. It's final time here in Portugal. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. And what an exciting matchup we've got for you. Gorka 11, they've just beaten the four-time champions here in Portugal, Marlicalanders. They have finished third in this tournament, but we've now got an exciting final as Gamblers SC, they finished top of the table. They will take on Gorka 11 as we're ready to go to the very important coin toss with tournament referee Sulaiman Saeed.
Gamblers, it's your call.
Head.
And head it.
Ball toss.
Ball. Okay. Best of luck.
And the news from the toss, as you can just see there, Jitesh Kumar, the skipper for Gamblers SC, he has elected to bowl first here in the final, and what an interesting call that'll be. They are taking on Gorka 11, and what an interesting matchup this will be in this tournament. Gamblers SC are yet to defeat Gorka 11. Gorka 11 are 3-0 against the Gamblers SC, and what a matchup this will be. I hope you're ready for an exciting game of T10 cricket as we're ready to get underway. So we'll go to the commentary box for the first delivery. And welcome back to a very sunny Miranda do Corvo, Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. And we're ready. It's final time. And what a matchup we have for you. Gorka 11 taking on Gamblers SC. Gamblers SC finishing top of the table. They will automatically place into this final. But Gorka 11, they've done it the hard way. They've been pretty consistent throughout this tournament. And they've made it all the way to the final. And a very warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world as we take a look at the lineups for these two teams. And there we go. Pretty much what we've come to expect from both teams in this tournament now. As obviously we're going to see Suman Gimidi alongside Imran Khan at the top of the order for Gorka 11. But the interesting call will be as whether we'll see Ashraf Rupu coming off the back of an exceptional half-century in the previous match in the Eliminator. They will be taking on Gamblers SC, electing to bowl first, sticking Gorka in. They're backing their chances to chase down a total. There's a big man coming into the final. Rao Imran comes in and he will be at the top of the order, no doubt. As we will also see Kuldeep Golia. And also looking forward to seeing the ever-present opening partnership of Parveen Singh alongside Nitin Kamboj. And again, a warm welcome to everybody, whether you're tuning in on YouTube, on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or whether you're tuning in on FanCode in India. A very good evening to you, and I hope we're all ready, and I hope we're all belted up for what is set to be an exciting day of cricket, an exciting evening cricket. This tournament coming to a eventual end. I mean, what a tournament we've had, and we're almost ready to get underway, and it gives me an opportunity to let you know the on-field assignments for this game, for the final. It'll be Gert Oosthuizen and Conrad Greenshields. And no surprise that the Gorka 11 will be very vocal watching on here as they are looking to set a defendable total. We've had an exceptional tournament, but it all comes down to this. 120 balls left in this tournament, and I think we're ready to get underway, and it will be no surprise as Parveen Singh will get us underway very shortly, but it will be Parveen Singh to get us underway here in the final. And in ever classic European cricket style, we do begin with a wide ball. Parveen Singh alongside Nitin Kamboj have really excelled in this tournament. They've had a couple of rough patches over the last couple of games. However, I'm sure that they both will be up for this game. The final, this is their debut on the European Cricket Network, and they've got a chance to take silverware early on. Suman Gimidi into the offside, and this is going to run away. And Ankush Kumar on the offside boundary, couldn't quite pick it up. And he gets off the mark, and it's 4 runs. In-swinging delivery from Parveen Singh, but Ankush Kumar unable to pick this up, and it's off the mark, and off the mark with a boundary. Parveen Singh needs a response here. And Suman Gimidi pretty comfortably plays this into the offside. And it's good cricket to single off the bat. But again, a warm welcome to everybody tuning in on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. It's just myself on commentary duties. Charlie Hunt here in Portugal. A very good afternoon, good evening to Jitesh Singh. And to alter ego to Chris Smith as well. James Stewart as well. I know that many people are looking forward to this thrilling final. And Imran Khan, this is over the top, and this will be one bounce, and it'll race away. And Imran Khan gets off the mark, an expansive style that goes for a boundary. It's 4 runs. This is not the start that Parveen Singh really would have wanted. He's going to want to really put pressure on to the openers, but he's just allowed them a bit of breathing room. As Imran Khan gets off the mark with a 4, as did Suman Gimadi, both into the offside. And that was where we really saw Marlo Calanders just struggle, really, just trying to target that leg side more times than not. And that really was where they ended up falling, and they will finish 3rd in this tournament. This is a no ball. Parveen Singh for the front foot. And it will be a signal as a free hit, as we see here. And that one's for not being in the right area there. Won't be for front foot, but it's... this time it is a no ball. And the free hit won't cost them anything. It will be a dot ball. Imran trying to go big into that leg side. Interestingly enough, that was how he did come to his demise in that first game, was trying to come down the track. We've seen him do it many a time, mostly into that offside. He really likes to take a few steps down the track and then open up into that offside region through the covers. But he went for the leg side in the previous match, and he got it all wrong, and he had to go. But luckily he's got another chance here in the final, and what a time it would be to do so. And Parveen Singh struggling here. Just hasn't quite got his rhythm right. His run-up doesn't look as what he's normally used to. He's really not pushing the line. He's not pushing through this moment. And this is a real struggle here. He's gone for 12 off the over. And Imran Khan will push this through, and there could be a mix-up here. There's Imran Khan and Suman Gimadi, a bit of a misunderstanding. That won't do the nerves any good. So it's a big occasion here, as there will be a new champion of Portugal. He would have been home safely. Obviously, this is the 5th tournament that's been held here in Portugal. Marlow have won the previous 4, but they won't do so here. It's a wild swing from Imran Khan. It's a better end to the over. He finishes with a dot, but it's 12 off it, and after the first over, Gorka 11, 12 for none. And we take a look at the bat versus ball wall here for the final of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, and it's pretty much neck and neck. But the interesting fact is those defeats for Gamblers have all been against the Gorka 11. They're yet to defeat or beat the Gorka 11 in this tournament. And I also went on to find out that they haven't beaten Gorka 11 in the league, in the domestic league here in Portugal either. The only game that they've lost this season was against the Gorka 11. No surprise, we are going to see Nitin Kamboj will be into the attack here. Again, the opening partnership that we've seen many a times throughout this tournament for Gamblers. It's worked more times than it hasn't, but they're both under a bit of pressure here. And Suman Gimadi just trying to play this into the offside, but unable to do so. It's a dot ball. Good start from Nitin Kamboj. Again, there's a real good support out in the clubhouse. I can see the yellow army, the yellow wall. There's a big slot of Gamblers fans who have come along to support their team here in their final. This is a top edge. It's a big opportunity. It's been put down. There's a huge misunderstanding between wicketkeeper and the man coming in. No communication. Devandran Mella and Kuldeep Galia getting this one all wrong. And Suman Gimadi gets a very early life, and what a costly drop that could be. Just no communication. Galia going for the one-handed catch. It was not his catch to go for. Devandran Mella in the easiest of opportunities hardly had to move. Wow, what a drop that could be. Suman Gimini gets an early life on 5. Shorter and slapped. It's another opportunity. But Ranjit Narayan just can't pick it up. And it will be another dot ball. It's all happening here in the final. What a time and what a game this could be. So changing the field as the 2 fielders on square on the boundaries come up into the ring, and then the 2 straight fielders go back. So anything would tell you that this is going to be a fuller delivery. It could be a double bluff, but it could end up being costly, as this has been a pretty tidy over so far from the Team Cambodge. And it is. It's a short ball. It's up in the air. And it's gone. And the double bluff works. And Imran Khan has to go. It's a good catch. Baldao Imran. And the first wicket falls. Gorkha 11, 13 for 1. And again, what he just said, didn't I, that he pushed the 2 fielders back. He brought the square fielders up. And it was a double bluff. It was a shorter delivery. It's clever cricket. And he gets the breakthrough. Imran Khan goes for a disappointing 4. And Gorkha 11, 13 for 1. And well, that is an interesting move from the Gorkha 11 skipper, Madhukar Thapa. He has kept with Ashraful Rupu, as he obviously is coming off the back of an exceptional half century in the eliminator against Marlow just a few, it's probably about an hour ago now. A very good afternoon to Chris Smith as he joins us in the chat. A good evening to you, Chris. Hope you're well. I think you're enjoying an exciting final this has been already. Rupu just lets this one flow through. What an exceptional first over this has been. 1 delivery remaining. Going back to Ashraful Rupu, he got a bit of a promotion to number 3 in the eliminator, and boy did it pay off. 54 off of just 27 deliveries, with some exceptional cricket shots in that spell of batting. He's in again, he's come in early, and he's got again another opportunity to really provide for his team. This is just into the offside, and it won't be a single. Interestingly, Suman Gimini normally looking for that single, but he just sat on his hinges there. But it's an end to a brilliant first over from Nitin Cambodge, with just 1 off it, but the big wicket of Imran Khan. He goes, and at the end of the second over, Gorkha 11, 13 for 1. And Parveen Singh is going to continue here. Not the first over that he would have wanted, going wicketless, but also going for 12 runs. Just wasn't able to get what he was expecting from himself going, really. But he's got Suman Gimini, who's had an early life on 5. Big opportunity for him to really cash in now and make the gamblers pay. Big appeal, and he's gone! And Suman Gimini doesn't make them pay. He has to go and look at the celebrations, and Parveen Singh with the greatest comeback. Wasn't the first over that he wanted, but he gets the man. Suman Gimini has to go for 6. And the Gorkha 11 struggling early on, 13 for 2. And we take a look at this one. Gertu Oosthuizen was not waiting around, and it doesn't get much plumber than that. Pitching in line, in swinging to the right-hander. And umpire Gertu Oosthuizen raises the finger, and he has to go. Only cost them the 1 run. And the Yellow Army in the clubhouse, I know they can hear me. They're going very, very wild at the moment. It's a great atmosphere around the ground at this point. Gorkha 11 usually very vocal on the sidelines. However, at the moment, they've been stunned to silence. So the new batsman comes to the crease, and this is the only silver lining for Gorkha 11, is having Ashraful Rupu in form coming in at number 3 does allow for Rahul Kumar to come in at 4, and he can again still really take this game away from Gamblers, but he's got to give himself time. And he starts solidly, full blade, face of the blade, and it's a dot ball, but what a start to second over for Parveen Singh this has been. And it's again and a great delivery from Parveen Singh. He's not pushing them for pace. He's just making sure and ensuring that he gets that line and length spot on. And he's really improved here on his second over. Again, beating the outside edge of Rahul Kumar. And you can just see Gamblers SC, after a bit of an embarrassing drop for Suman Gimidi, they've come back strongly, and they're really up for this competition here. They're looking to make history, dethroning Marlow here. They've got a big opportunity to do so. And this one just gets up. Rahul Kumar, just this one getting a bit big on him. He does well to keep his hands and bat out of the way. See here, really getting up on him. Been the story of this tournament, hasn't it? The pitch hasn't always behaved. Always has been a bit of a question mark over if the pitch is going to behave itself and act as natural as it possibly can. And a single into the onside, and that'll bring an end to an excellent comeback from Parveen Singh. It won't be a wicket maiden, but it will be one off the over with the big wicket for Suman Gimidi. And at the end of the third, Gorka looking a little bit questionable at the moment. 14 for 2. And a very good afternoon, good evening to Kitty. Joins us in the chat saying, well, Marlow didn't make it to the final. He certainly didn't. They missed out. They were beaten by 39 runs. Well, Gorka just struggling here ever so slightly early on. 13 for 2 after 3. They've got a couple of overs to rebuild here. Again, if they can get up to around about 100 or anything plus, they'll feel they really can put a defendable target. No surprise, Cambodge continues here after a great first over. That's a great shot, it really rides the bounce, and it will go through Parveen Singh, and they should come back for 2. No, they won't, and that's poor running really. Rupul turning around saying he doesn't want that run. He's putting his hand up saying, I think he might have made a mistake there. So Rupul will be on strike. He's yet to get off the mark, but he is seeing the ball like a balloon after that previous innings. And this time he will get off the mark. It'll be pushed into the onside. It won't be 2. It's good work from Wadal Imran. Keeps it to just a single. But again, tidy stuff from the team Cambodge here. And this one playing all around the wrong line here. Kumar just struggling here, but it's not due to their own fault really. The bowling has been second to none here. And this will beat the fielder, and this will race away. And that will certainly settle a few of the nerves in the Gorka 11 camp. And it's a welcome boundary. Not even Parveen Singh could cut up that one off. It was a good shot from Rahul Kumar. He just rode the bounce. Cambodia needs a response here. It's a big shot from Rahul Kumar, trying to go over the offside. There are no fielders out in the deep, so all he needs to do is just either pierce the infield or elevate it over cover. It will go all the way, but it's just not coming off of him here slightly in the early stages of this match. And again, however, this one will be a wide. Don't think it's realised by the Yellow Army as they celebrate profusely after what they thought was a dot ball, but it's a good call by umpire Conrad Greenshields. And it's another one. It's a leg side wide, but what a take from Kuldeep Golia. He's not had a lot to do. He did make an early mistake with that catch. However, that one has certainly saved a few runs. It's a good take down the leg side. And he comes back and he will finish with a dot. And that will bring an end to an excellent opening spell from the two bowlers. Once again, Parveen Singh alongside Nitin Kamboj, keeping it quiet. And at the end of the fourth, Gorka 11, 22 for 2. And we can take a look at the bat versus ball wall here. And well, you can just see Ankush Kumar for the Gamblers SC. He will have a big opportunity both with bat and ball in this game, that is for certain. But you can see the top batters, the top two have gone. Gimari and Khan, they've made their way back to the shed. But also we're going to see Jay Prakash. It looks like he might be coming into the attack now. And it will be that man, Jay Prakash. He will be coming into the attack now. But excellent stuff from the two bowlers. 22 for 2 after 4. This is into the leg side and will just be a single. Good start from Jay Prakash here in the 5th. This is big into the leg side, and it will go all the way. And it's 6 runs. That's certainly going to relieve a little bit of pressure here for Gorka. And it's that man again, Rahul Kumar. Jay Prakash dropping his length, and this goes all the way. It's 6 runs. And again into the leg side, and this is going to go even better. That's all the way to Ginchu. It's gone all the way. It's 6 runs. That's a huge shot into the leg side. It's gone all the way. It's making its way to the local beach. This is just what Gorka 11 needed here. They needed a big over. And Rahul Kumar is choosing to go against Jay Prakash. It's a full toss. He doesn't quite time it. It will just be a single down to long on to Ranjit Narayan. And it'll be interesting to see if Ashraful Rapul goes big here. This could just be the big over that gets them back into the game here. Oh, that's a leg side wide, and Jay Prakash just losing his length, his line there, I should say. But Kuldeep Gulia again is being outstanding behind the stumps, really just keeping it down to a minimum. And this one. This one sneaks under the bat of Rupu. It's a dot ball. And this time it gets on the bat and it will take on the arm of Krishna and will just be a single, but it's again a good over for Gorka. 16 off it at the halfway stage after 5. Gorka 11, 38 for 2. And this is certainly going to be an interesting moment here, as no surprise we are going to see the leading wicket taker in this tournament. Ankush Kumar is going to be coming into the attack here. And that's the story at the moment. Suman Gimini and Imran Khan, who have normally, if one of them's failed, the other one normally comes off. This time both of them failing, and it gives Rupu and Kumar a big opportunity here. And it is going to be Ankush Kumar here in the 6th over. And I think he might have started with the wicket, and he has! No surprise there. The leading wicket taker in this tournament. He takes one with his first delivery here in the final. It's a great take behind the stunts from Kuldeep Gulia, and Rupu, he has to go for just 3. And the 3rd wicket falls. Gorka 11, 38 for 3. It's an outstanding catch. It just sticks. And Kuldeep Gulia, he knew as soon as he felt that one sticking in the gloves that Rupu had to go, and well, that's just the game of cricket. 50 in the first game, and he has to go for just 3 in the second. But a big, big wicket. Before this game, Ankush Kumar had taken 17 wickets. It's now 18. And he's still got 1.5 overs remaining. As Hardeep Singh makes his way out to the middle, and boy has he got a job to do at number 5. And Hardeep Singh just fishing at this one, really. And just lets this one flow through, and what a start. There's just no stopping him, Ankush Kumar. And again, I think this one didn't touch anything on the way through. But Kuldeep Gulia keeps it. And it will just be another dot ball. We'll take a look here. It's just the movement from Ankush Kumar. He's just putting it right in the area, in that corridor of uncertainty that I like to call it. And well, he's just proving as why he's been one of the best bowlers in this tournament. This is down the leg side, and this one goes wrong. Team Cambodia unable to keep it to a minimum. Chops one on the chin, but they'll come through for a single off the wide as well. I tell you what, the support here for the Gamblers SC is incredible on the sidelines. The yellow wall in the clubhouse, they are really getting vocal and supporting their team here. But it brings the dangerous Kumar on strike, 19 off 13, a little bit slow to get going. This is flat batted, swatted down the ground, and that iron will collect it. It'll just be another single. Hardeep Singh into the leg side. Doesn't quite catch it the way he would have been expecting himself to do so, but he's off the mark with a single, and Hardeep Singh really just needs to hold in here with Kumar. Don't want to lose a flourish of wickets here. And he's gone! And, well, it just had to be that man. Ankush Kumar gets his second wicket, and it's the danger man. Rahul Kumar has to go. And it's the fourth wicket to go. Gorkha 11 at the end of the sixth, 42 for 4. But this one just going for the big hoik into the leg side, getting it all wrong, and it clatters into his off stump. And he has to go. He goes for 20. And at the end of the sixth, Gorkha struggling, 42 for 4. Ankush Kumar, what an over. 2 for 4. Exceptional stuff. Just going to show just how incredible they have been, and he has been. But again, incredible stuff. Mike Seals saying, sounds like you're in for crowd trouble again. It's the yellow wall I keep telling you about. They are really pushing their team onwards here. But we are going to see Vandermela coming into the attack now. And these are saying now big trouble for Gorkha. It certainly is. Their three main batsmen are back in the shed. And this is hit pretty well down to long off, and it will just be a single. And you can just see the yellow wall. All the fans are really celebrating everything. A single really is a victory. It's a mini victory, really. They need to go big. Boundaries are what's key here for Gorkha. And this is just pushed into the onside by Manjeet Singh. Both of these batsmen can certainly hold a bat, that is for sure. I think there was actually a bit of crowd trouble there at some point. I think someone was being told just to settle down a little bit. And this is a big shot into the offside. He's not quite got it, but it will take some cutting off. Padaveen Singh will come round and get it, and they're going to ambly come through. But they will come through safely for the second. Well, Manjeet Singh can certainly hold the bat, it has to be said. He's got a highest score of 37, and that came off only a few deliveries. There's a big appeal from Mella. He was pretty sure he heard something, however. This is a wide delivery. And this is a bottom edge, and they will come through. Nitin Kamboj, a lapse of concentration. It's not going to go all the way. So Ankush Kumar will collect it, and it will be another 2 runs to the total. Goes through the legs of Kuldeep Gulier. There wasn't really much he could do there. What an atmosphere we have here in Miranda do Corvo. Excellent cricket on show at the moment. And this is big into the leg side. And that will certainly help Hardeep Singh feel a little bit more comfortable out in the middle. And this has gone all the way. It's 6 runs. Just sat up really, and Hardeep Singh just swinging from the hip. Stand and deliver stuff. And it sails all the way, and it's 6 runs. This time just hoiked into the onside, and just be the single. Hardeep Singh asking the question. But Narayan holding his hand and will come through for the single. So it's a single to end the over. Not a terrible over really. 14 from it. And ending the over. 14 from it. Gorka 11, 56 for 4. Mike Seals just saying, is it me or generally that the batting scores are getting lower through the tournament? It's been a mixed bag really. Started off well, but then we've really, in recent times, the average daily net run rate is around about 9.4, 9.3 and over. So again, it just shows that an average score, a par score, is around about 93, 94 plus. Well, that's flicked into the leg side and picked up beautifully from Hardeep Singh. I said he could hold a bat, and he's proving me right here. This is another boundary, this time off the legs and gone all the way, 4 runs. An attempted Yorker from Ankush Kumar, and that won't help his figures, but again, just excellent stuff here. That leg side is packed. All 4 men on the leg side are out on the boundary. And this is going to run away as the team Cambodge will come through. This time he will collect it, and it will be another single. They rotate through the strike. And this one stays low, skids through. And Manjeet Singh, he has to go for just the one, and it's yet again another wicket. And it's Ankush Kumar, he picks up his 3rd. And it's the 5th wicket to fall for Gorka. 61 for 5 here in the 8th. It stayed low, but he wasn't quite able to match it. He couldn't get his bat down in time. And another wicket goes, and that is what I believe to be it is. That's Ankush Kumar's 20th wicket in this tournament. What a spell of bowling we're seeing here. As the new batsman out to the middle. He's got a big job on his shoulders now. And there's a few comments about the pitch. That's just the way it's been throughout this tournament. This is hit straight down the field. Well, there could be a mix-up at the keeper's end. Ankush Kumar puts it down, but it's an outstanding stop. Keeps it to a dot ball, and this is incredible stuff from Kumar. You can see this diving to his left. He stopped it, didn't quite take it cleanly, but he keeps it to a dot ball. But the new batsman, Nilesh Suryavanshi, and he's gone! And it's another wicket. He's off. Ankush Kumar, it's his 4th wicket. There's just no stopping that man. And the 6th wicket goes for Gorka. Questions being asked now, 61 for 6. And listen to that noise coming from the yellow wall. This one, it's a right on the Yorker length. It's an excellent delivery. And however, Nilesh Suryavanshi isn't able to match it. And it has to go. And he's the 6th wicket to fall. As Rushan Singh makes his way out to the middle. And he's got 2.1 overs to go here. And Ankush Kumar, he's got a single delivery to get his 5 for. So it will be Rushan Singh who will be on strike, the wicketkeeper for Gorka 11. He is facing a dangerous Ankush Kumar. It's his 21st wicket in this tournament. He's got 1 delivery for a 5 for. And it won't be. It's well played by Rushan Singh. And listen to that from the yellow wall. Incredible scenes here. Outstanding bowling He finishes with figures of 4 for 10 in the final. And when you need him most, he stood up and he performed excellently for his team. And at the end of the 8th over, Gorka 62 for 6. You can just see there, it was a good start. It was a bit of an explosive period when they had the likes of Raul Kumar in, but they've just dragged it back. As we're going to see Jay Prakash come back into the attack. Rabiul Islam saying, is this a final match? It is. This is the final. It's the final of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. It's a wild swing from Rushan Singh. Kuldeep Galia lets this one through. And they will get Hardeep Singh, I should say, back on strike. He was safely home, was Hardeep Singh, but it's good work from Nitin Kamboj. This is a big shot down the ground. It's an opportunity, and it's taken. It's an outstanding catch by Parveen Singh right in front of me, leaping to his left. And it's the 7th wicket to fall. And you can just see how much that means to Gamlas SC. And Parveen Singh holds on to an outstanding catch. The 7th wicket goes. Gorka 11, 63 for 7. The in-batsman, Hardeep Singh, 18 off of 10, goes for the big shot. But Parveen Singh, he's there. He stops him in his tracks. And Hardeep Singh has to go for 18 off 11. And it brings Amandeep Guman. Comes in at number 9. And it's a real question now. Do they just try and get bat on ball? Try and get as many runs on the board, or do they just try and swing from the hip? It's a big appeal. Gerduasthazen turns around and turns it down. It'll be interesting to take another look at this one. He was standing his ground. He did take a moment to think about it, but I think that would have just been going down leg. If possible, it might have just clipped the leg stump. So I think it would have been an umpire's call, but this has been a great over so far from Jay Prakash. Fuller delivery through the offside. An outstanding piece of work. Amandeep Kokar could be gone here, and he is! And the incredible piece of work causes the upset in the middle. It's a big mistake. And the 8th wicket goes. Incredible stuff. Amandeep Kokar with the great dive to his right. It causes the run out. And the 8th wicket goes. Gorka on the cusp of being bowled out here in the final. 64 for 8. What a stop that was. And then to get the throw in, Kuldeep Galia keeping his cool. And he was out by a long distance. Wasn't even in the same time code. But Rushan Singh has to go. And the skipper comes in, and he has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Madhukar Thapa. He's batting a long way out of his crease. Jay Prakash, his tail is up. He just drops his bat into the leg side. They'll think about 2, but they won't take it. And it will just be a single. Batsman just pulling away. I think there was a bit of communication between Kuldeep Galia and his fielders behind him. No shock that we've seen those backstops deployed. They'll come through, and there's going to be another one out. And well, Gorka 11 are just in self-destruct mode. The 9th wicket goes. There was never a run there. Madhukar Thapa called it through. But another wicket goes, and Thapa has to go this time. Gorka 11, 65 for 9. Into the pad, and well, Thapa was going, and I think he knew that there was just no way. And you can just sense that Gorka 11 have pressed that self-destruct button as Mandeep Singh comes in, number 11. And they are running the risk of being bowled out in their 10 overs here. Gorka 11 have just crumbled under pressure here. No one's really taken a stand and just put their hands up and said, I will try and take the fight. Obviously, Hardeep Singh attempted to, but he went for one too many. No one paying off here, as Amandeep Gurman will be on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. Tyrone Peters saying panicking. He's called it right. There's a reason he's on comms in Germany. Just saying that Gorka 11 have just panicked here, crumbled. Big shot into the leg side. It should just be a single, and it will be. There's a bit of an issue with the scorecards. We do apologise, the on-screen graphics. Big appeal, Conrad Greenshaw's turning it down. It could be close. No one there to back it up. And they'll come through for the leg by. And Shahidul Rahman, what a start this has been. Certainly pitching outside leg. We're into the final over here. Running the risk of being bowled out. Steps away, dragged into the onside. Mandeep Singh wants two. Don't think they'll get it, they won't. That's excellent work from Jay Prakash down at long on. Good shot into the offside. Kokad will collect it. And again, we'll keep it to a single. This has been an excellent final over from Shahidul Rahman. They need a boundary. They really do want to try and get a boundary here. It is Amandeep Gurman on strike. 10 and 11. This has gone high in the air. It'll take some catching. It's gone down, and it might go for a boundary. It won't. It's eventually collected by Mela, and it will be 2 runs to the total. Never really looked like he was going to be in a position to take it. It had some serious height. It straight up off the face of the bat, but he just didn't look in like he was in the position. And eventually it almost went for 4, but he kept it to just a 2. Final delivery. Will be off the leg, and they'll come through for a single, so they'll finish up with a single leg bye. And what a display from Gamblers SC. They have restricted Gorka 11 to just 73 for 9 after their 10 overs, below par by around about 20 so runs, possibly 25, possibly more, but they just seem to hit the self-destruct button really. And well, that'll bring us to the end of an eventful 10 overs. And well, we take a look at the highlights. And it just wasn't the start that the team would have wanted. Gimini with a nice shot into the offside. That was a real nice way to get off the mark, but that was all she wrote for both of the openers, really. Imran Khan did get a nice shot over the top, just the wider delivery. However, that was all she wrote. Yeah, this one was up in the air. It was caught in the deep by Rao Imran. And Imran Khan going for yet a low total here. 4 off of 7, and then Suman Gimini. This was plumb in front by Parveen Singh. And again, outstanding stats for the two openers. Then we go on to see, and you can just see how much that meant to him. He was given a life on 5. It was only going to cost him the 1 run. Al Kumar came in, hit some lovely shots, but it wasn't really the start, and he just couldn't get going. He was 20 off of 15. He hit 1 4 and 2 6s. That was the big 6 into the leg side. And he just couldn't really get going. He just saw a lot of wickets fall around him. As this one was again into the leg side, and that was the biggest of them all. That one went a long way. And you were just thinking, well, that might bring them a little bit of momentum, as Rahul Kumar has done so. But that man, Ankush Kumar, what a innings, what a spell he has had here in the final. There's a reason he's the leading wicket taker in this tournament, and that just proves why. He took 4 for 10 off of his 2 overs, getting the big wickets, the likes of Rahul Kumar, of Manjeet Singh as well. It was just incredible stuff. There was just no stopping him, really. Once his tail was up, he was going to go for it. And that man, Hardeep Singh, he came into the middle and he was trying to take the attack to the bowlers. He finished with 18 off of 11, 1 4 and 1 6. And eventually, Hardeep Singh, that was the 4. It was a lovely shot into that leg side. And then while Manjeet Singh, this one just staying low, wasn't really much he could do. Did stay low, it just got only really halfway up the shins, really. But unfortunately, when things aren't going your way, when it rains, it pours for Gorkha 11. They just hit the self-destruct button as Nilesh Suriwanshi. He went for a duck, trying to go for the big shot. Just wondered whether or not he should have just tried to get Hardeep Singh on strike. He was going well at that point. But again, Ankush Kumar with absolute scenes here on the European Cricket Network. And then Jay Prakash, he also bowled pretty well. He got the big wicket of Hardeep Singh. What a catch by Parveen Singh. He had to go, but again, Jay Prakash, 2 overs, 1 for 18, exceptional stuff. But again, the 2 openers, Parveen Singh, 1 for 13 off of his 2, and Nitin Kamboj, 1 for 9. But that was a moment of excellence, a great stop from Amandeep Kokar, and then it caused the run out of Rushan Singh, and it brought, again, another incredible, crazy run out. Madhukar Thapa, suicidal, was never a single there, and Golia was able to get the match there, and then that really was the end of it, really. So, in the final, Gorkha 11 restricted to just 73 for 9. They've set Gamblers SC 74 for victory, as we are looking to set a new King of Portugal here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the second innings of the final of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to a tense Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for what is set up to be an exciting chase, as Gorka 11 really hit the self-destruct button in their first innings. They ended up on 73 for 9 off of their 10 overs. But we've seen it in this tournament. There's been examples where the low totals are often the harder to chase. We've seen a golden ball off of 85 runs. You know, low totals are never easy to negotiate. But what a game we have on our hands here. Kuldeep Galea will be facing for Gamblers SC, and it's going to be Hardeep Singh for Gorka 11. Starts with a shorter delivery, and it's taken. And well, that's one way of getting a really good start. Kuldeep Galea, he has to go for a golden buck. A golden duck for Kuldeep Galea. And the first wicket falls off the first delivery. And the Gamblers early. None for one. Well. Kuldeep Galea, who's been more times than not a rock at the open spot for the Gamblers SC, and that's just might throw a bit of a spanner in the works. But when you've got the second highest run score in this tournament coming out at number 3, there certainly is still confidence for the Gamblers SC. Hardeep Singh, what a start. There you can see Shub, what a man. There's not much that he won't do. Just sorting the banner out there. What a man he is. He's done an excellent job. The integrity officer here this tournament. He's been splendid. He's also had a stint on the field as well. But Ankush Kumar off the back of 4 for 10 off of his 2 overs. He's coming in and he's facing the second delivery. He met with the full face of the bat and it's played back. And Gorka 11 just showing a bit of fight here. They do believe, they've got to believe, if they're going to have a chance of keeping this total and defending it. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy. That run rate at less than 8 at the moment. But they've got 2 batsmen in the middle at the moment who are more than capable of taking a game away from any team. Short into the leg side. It's not quite middled it. Mandeep Singh will come round and cut it off. And it will keep it to just a single. So Ankush Kumar off the mark with a bit of a mistimed pull into the leg side, but it's the first runs on the board for the Gamblers SC. Mike Seal saying exactly what I'm thinking. Getting another early wicket, and this game really could be on under the lights here for the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal final. And just a bit of information, there will be a closing ceremony and a trophy award ceremony that will be shown to you live on air, so do stick around for that after the final ball is bowled. Imran Rao, Imran I should say, just fending at this one, as this is a dot ball, but again a good delivery from Hardeep Singh, getting good away movement from the right-handed Rao Imran. Obviously Rao Imran's had an interesting tournament. He started with a bang, 77 off 22, but the very next game he went for a golden duck. So he's got a real opportunity here. If he gets going, this game could be over in quick time. This one stays low, and it's just, that's what Gorka need here. Gorka just need a bit of luck. If they're going to make a game of this, they just need a bit of luck in the first few overs to get an early couple of wickets. They just keep this down to a minimum. It's been a tidy first over so far. He's only got 1 delivery left. He's going to want to finish it strong. And he does. He finishes with an excellent dot ball. And what a first over. That's certainly going to shake things up. 1 for 1 after the first. And well, the director, Daniel, he's obviously got the tingling feeling. Golden ball time. Well, that's what we're at the moment this year. 7 for the bowling side and 2 for the batting time. Batting side, obviously, we've had 2 here in Portugal this tournament. First was the Lisbon Capitals taking a victory against Gorka 11. Then Gorka 11 ended up getting a victory, won the golden ball against the Coimbra Knights. The Gorka 11 are more than skilled in the art of golden ball victories. There you go. Director Daniel, he has a feeling. As we're going to see Mandeep Singh here in the second. And this is just respected by Ankush Kumar. This is sensational stuff here. The noise in the middle from Gorka 11. They know they've really got to get into the Gamblers SC here. It's not an easy total to defend, but if they're going to do it, they need to take every half chance and take every opportunity that comes their way. Up in the air, big opportunity. It's taken, and it's a big, big wicket, and it's that man, Suman Gimadi. He holds the catch coming in from the offside boundary, and it's a big breakthrough. Ankush Kumar goes for just the one. The second wicket falls. Gamblers SC 1 for 2. Going for the wider delivery from Mandeep Singh, just drawing him into the drive right off the toe. And well, there's just no chance that Suman Gimadi is going to drop that catch. Excellent in the field throughout this tournament. Just proving that cricket is not a simple game. As Ranjit Narayan makes his way out to the middle, and he's in at number 4, and he's not got the easiest job here. He is capable of building an innings. He has got a good score in the 40s in this tournament so far. And this is into the offside and evades the diving man at point. And well, that's one way to get off the mark, and that's going to settle a few nerves. It's the first boundary, and it is 4 runs off the bat of Ranjit Narayan. A very good afternoon, good evening to James Stewart, to Mike Seal as well. And there's an appeal! And Gert Oosthuizen holds his ground. Rushan Singh, he's confident. There was a bit of a noise. I think they're just going to see whether it carried. For me, I think it carried. And was there a nick? Well, there wasn't any other chance of a sound. The two umpires meet, and I think we are going to go upstairs as these two are going to have a discussion. I think they're going to go upstairs. I think they're wanting to check whether it's carried. This is an interesting time here in the middle. Take a look at the replay here. And well, if it's not a nick, I don't know what the sound really is. This is going to give us a more conclusive angle. It's not bat on the ground. This is a big moment in this game. Gert Oosthuizen and third umpire Suleiman Saeed are having a big discussion here. You can see on the comms between the two, and the ground is in silence. And it's gone. The finger goes. And after an excellent bit of work in the middle between the two umpires and the third umpire off field, Narayan has to go for just 4. And it's another wicket. And Mandeep Singh is pulling Gorka 11 back into this game. Gamblers SC 5 for 3. They were confident, and just looking back at the replays, there wasn't any other evidence to suggest that the bat had touched the ground or bat on pad or anything like that. And well, what a game we have on our hands. Early wickets have been crucial for Gorka, as Amandeep Kokar comes out to the middle. And he's just showing a bit of dominance there. I like that from him. Slaps the pads. Makes a bit of noise himself. Into the leg side. It's an opportunity. He won't quite get there. That was Nilesh Suryawanshi, and he keeps it to a single. But questions being asked of Gamblers here. That run rate slowly creeping up, but one big over changes this game. Now Imran, this is off the toe of the bat. It'll fly to the man at point and he'll keep it to a dot, and what an over that was. 2 wickets, only 4 runs from it. And at the end of the second over, Gamblers struggling, 5 for 3. And well, there's a lot of chat at the moment talking about what should be going on here. And a very good evening to Tara and Peters, to Kitty, to Mike, to Azad and Dani, to Kitty as well, and to James. And we're going to see an interesting third over here. 1 over left in the power play. And if I'm the Gamblers, I just want to see out this over. It's Hardeep Singh. And they drop a dead bat. Rao Imran isn't keen on the single, and rightly so. It's Suman Gimity, the man who I've nicknamed the Duracell Bunny. Tara and Peter saying Imran out. Rao Imran is class. While he's there, Parveen in the hut, Gamblers have a chance. Well, it's not over until the fat lady sings. And what a final we have here in Portugal. Flicked into the leg side. That's a lovely shot. Pure excellence from Kokar. Timing to perfection. And that is certainly going to release some pressure. 6 runs into the leg side. Just lent on this one. Flicked into the onside. And that will certainly put some pressure back onto the bowler, Hardeep Singh. This is going to race away. And what an over this is for the Gamblers SC. The bell is ringing. And it's again a beautiful shot from Kokar. It's another boundary. 4 runs to the Gamblers SC. This is really put a span in the works for both teams. Losing early wickets, but with a low total, you still need to keep on top. Even if they get a couple boundaries, keep the pressure on. And again into the offside, straight to Lukartapa. And it will be a dot ball. That's good fielding. Interesting enough, you can see there the man who is capable of incredible things with the bat, Rao Imran, is yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 4 deliveries out of a possible 19 here. And I like what Kokar has done here. He came in, he just showed a bit of macho, slammed the bat on his pads. This will be a wide, and he's just throwing Hardeep Singh off his line here. Hardeep Singh struggling with a bit of pressure here. But I have to say, I am liking the energy that's coming from Amandeep Kokar. He's had a good time of it in the field in the final. He's got a big job here with the bat. He's come out, he slammed his pads, he's stamped his authority on this game, and he's also hit 2 beautiful boundaries. This is just going to be a dot ball eventually. Now Imran just on the fence as to whether or not to take on the single. Turns against it. They don't need to take any silly runs here. It's a good comeback from Hardeep Singh and a good end to the over. 11 off it. And boy, oh boy, have we got a game on our hands. At the end of the third, Gamblers 17 for 3. And it's just been an excellent display of cricket from both teams. Batting-wise from Gorka, it just didn't come off, and it's not coming off early for the Gamblers. 5 for 3 at one point. However, this is a good rebuilding session here from the 2 in the middle, Amandeep Kokar and Rao Imran, who's not had much to say on this matter yet. None off of 4. He's biding his time here. And obviously the end of the power play. And well, at this stage, Gorka, they were 14 for 2. So the wicket, in the extra wicket, but also the 4 runs on top, just too hard to call at this point. Oh, that's an excellent delivery from Mandeep Singh. He's coming off the back of a brilliant first over, 2 for 5 off his first, and he started with a peach of a delivery dot ball. Big shot into the offside. It's right off the toe of the bat. Suman Gimity, the Duracell bunny, you can see him there. He's saying, come on, get there. Back him up. Let's really do the basics. But it's a single. And Kokard pretty confidently plays this into the offside, and it's another single. That run rate is just at 8.5 and over. You can see at this stage how close this is now. Just need to keep taking wickets to Gorka. They keep taking wickets. Don't let these two get comfortable, then we will have a serious match on our hands. Pushed into the offside. Sensible batting. Opportunity of a run out. Well, I think we might go upstairs. Well, the man at square leg, he seems pretty confident, but we will be going upstairs, and what a moment in this game this could be. Pushed into the offside. It's great work from Rahul Kumar. Oh, and he's gone. I think he's gone. For me, that looks as if he's out. We're going to have to take another look at that one. But on initial reaction, I think Amandeep Kokard might be gone. And we're going to have to take another look at this one. It's going to have to be slowed right down. As we see here, it was Rahul Kumar. It's going to have to be frame by frame. Ah, he's gone. Amandeep Kokard, he's gone. For me, I think he will be given. We wait for the on-field decision. Conrad Greenshields will get the signal, as will Gerthu Oosthuizen. I think he's gone. My initial reaction that he's gone there. Deathly silent around the ground. We're going to go ahead and take another look. We just want to make sure in a final like this, it's so crucial to get these sort of decisions right. The ball goes into the stumps. It's frame by frame. It's there. For me, that's gone. For me, that's out. That is what we need, and it's given. And you can just hear the excitement in the Gorka 11 team at the moment. And wow, wow, wow. Amandeep Kokard was looking so confident in the crease. They would took on a very dangerous single. But the wicket goes, and Gamblers 19 for 4. Excellent work by Rahul Kumar. He wasn't really able to contribute as much as he would have wished for with the bat, but he's got a big wicket there with that run out. As Devander Mella comes into the crease, he's batting at number 6 here, and this is not an easy task now. And that's again a great delivery from Mandeep Singh. This is an excellent spell of bowling, and the robot has chucked a poll in the chat for the win, Gamblers, Gorka or Golden Ball, and well, I really am looking forward to seeing the result of that. Oh, and going on the drive. Missing out again. And that will bring us to the incredible end of that over. And after 4 overs, Gamblers 19 for 4. And that's what I've been saying. They need to take wickets at the right time. We take a look here, and you can just see the overall batting first win percentage is 60 You can see that 48 to 27 in terms of winning second and first, and it was a little bit more in last year's tournament. There's a few more games played as well. However, just in 2022, it has just gone more so the way of the batting team first. But we're going to see Suman Gimidi into the attack. Good game last time out. This is uppish from Rao Imran, and they'll come through and they will get the single. Brings Mella on strike. It's a great delivery. Just keeping it line and length, stump to stump. And this is going to be an incredible battle between these two teams. It's a wider delivery and it will be a dot ball. Outstanding stuff this from Suman Gimidi. Right on that wide line. Excellent call from Conrad Greenshields. This time into the offside, and Rao Imran just isn't looking for that quick single. He really doesn't want to take it on. Rao Imran is backing himself to hit the ball a long, long way, and in only a few deliveries. I said at the start, low totals cause issues, and we're seeing it here. Down the ground, straight back to Suman Gimidi, and an outstanding over this has been so far. One off it, one delivery to go. It's a big, big swing, but excellent work from Mushan Singh. And it's a dot ball to finish, just one off the over. Excellent start for Suman Gimidi. And at the end of the fifth, halfway stage, Gamblers struggling. 20 for 4. And we can take a look here. Kuldeep Galia, first ball, caught and bowled by Hardeep Singh, looking to pull it into the leg side. Wasn't able to get it, it just popped up, and it was nice and easy for Hardeep Singh. And then ever since then, Ankush Kumar, he was caught in the deep by Suman Gimidi. And it was just never really come off here. But you can see here now what a situation we have here. 54 runs required off of 30 deliveries. And as long as Rao Imran is at the middle, a lot of questions are being asked. And we're going to see Nila Suryawanshi. He had a good single over in the previous game in the eliminator against Marlow. But he's going to have an opportunity again here in the final. And what a chance to really make a name for yourself in Portuguese cricket. It's a big swing from Rao Imran. It is judged a wide. So he had the license to go for it. He can really hit a long ball 360 degrees around the ground. This one swinging away. A lot of swing throughout this innings, even at the halfway stage. Suryawanshi starts off with a wide. That's a great comeback, right on the money. Imran just has to block this back, and I just feel that Imran staying there at the moment, and I'm not a massive fan of just going because the pressure's on. He's playing a sensible role here. He knows that if he goes, then it's a real tough ask of the lower order. He's just waiting for the fuller delivery. This has gone high in the air. It will take some catching. He's taken it. That's an incredible catch. Hardeep Singh right on the boundary. Rao Imran knew he had to go for it when given the opportunity. He went for it. Doesn't get the power. It had the elevation, didn't have the legs. And the fifth wicket goes. Gamblers exploding up here. 21 for 5. We've seen him hit that shot all around the ground. 9 times out of 10 it goes over the boundary. Look how close he was. That's an incredible catch to keep his balance. He knows it's over his head. but the wicket goes, and Suryawanshi gets the big wicket of Rao Imran. What a wicket that is. Suryawanshi take a bow. He gets the big wicket, and now the skipper, Jitesh Kumar Balakrishna, he has got a big job here. He's got 53 required off of 28. Slowly but surely, wickets falling. This is going to be very, very close. Balakrishna, who's not had the best of times with the bat. My mind goes straight to that six ball duck. He's not had the best of times with the bat. He's in at number 7. We've seen him at all different stages of the innings, but he's in now. He needs to find some early confidence here in the innings. Into the leg side. He doesn't time it. It's off the toe end of the bat. It should just be a single to Hardeep Singh, and it will be. Hardeep Singh yet again. He had 3 catches in the previous game. He's taken an outstanding grab in the deep. On first view, you'd think it's just a simple catch, but in the context of this game, they know how much of a big wicket Rao Imran was, just to keep his cool. It's exceptional stuff. Big swing from Devendran Mella, and he really can't get off the mark. He's 7 deliveries without a run. He's got a lot of support off the field, but there's a lot of noise around. What a game we have had here. It's not over, but there is a serious amount of noise and an excellent feel around the ground at the moment. And it's another dot ball. That's the 8th dot ball now for Devendran Mella. He just can't get going here. And my interesting call here is no Parveen Singh. He's still waiting. And well, you just run the risk of not giving him enough time. It's the 9th dot ball for Mella. He can't get him away. He's really struggling, and you can just see that he's really struggling now. The body language, he's getting on his own back. There's serious noise from all around the ground. Marlow are making a lot of noise, but what an over that was. The big wicket of Rao Imran, and Nilesh Suryawanshi finishes with 1 for 3 off of his first over, and at the end of the 6th, Gamblers 23 for 5. And it is going to be Suman Gimini. What a first over. None for 1 off his first over. And what a story this could be. Gorka 11. They set 74 for victory, and Gamblers are just crumbling under pressure. 51 needed off of the next 4 overs. And it's going to start with eventually a dot ball. Excellent delivery from Suman Gimini. This is quality bowling here. And yet again, Balakrishna eating up deliveries here. And this task is almost getting out of hand. 1 big over and they are back in it, but this is quality bowling from Suman Gimini. It's a big appeal. Kurt Westhuizen, he turns it down straight away. I think there was a bit of movement, but I think he stayed well within his crease. And there is a bit of foot on the back, and it goes. And Tyrone asking the question, who are Marlow backing? Well, I'm telling you, Marlow, obviously, having been defeated by Gorka, they are going for the underdog story here. They are supporting Gorka, and this is going to be another dot ball. We are looking at the possibilities of a maiden at the crunch time here. Up in the air. It should just be a single. We won't get the maiden. But Balkrishna will keep the strike. And what a spell of bowling that is from Suman Gimadi. He finishes with 2 overs, none for 2. And when you're in the midst of a crunch game, that's what you ask from your best player. And well, the action doesn't stop there. We're slowly coming to the end of a fabulous tournament here. But you have to remember, we are back again tomorrow. Day 4 of 12 of the Group A matches out in Dresden. And Tyrone Peters is alongside Rico Full. That will start at 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 a.m. Central European, and 12 o'clock Indian summertime. As we go back to live action, it is Nilesh Suryawanshi here. It's dragged into the leg side. They're going to look for 2. They won't take it on. It's just a single. And it will get Mela back on strike. Pardaveen Singh, he's waiting. And well, the question comes in now. Strategic retirement? Question mark. Devandhan Mela, if this is a dot ball, it'll be 10 straight dot balls for him. Well, this has gone high in the air. It's gone all the way. And well, what a way to turn around to the critics and say, I'm still here, I'm still in the game. Devandhan Mela gets eventually off the mark. And it's a big, big 6 down the ground. And wow, what a game this could be. It's a great comeback from Suryawanshi, and I can tell you that Marlow Kalanders, they are seriously going for Gorka here. Every single dot ball, they are celebrating like they've won it themselves. This is still being a great over if they can keep this to a minimum. Into the leg side, he's hit this pretty well. It will go all the way. It's 6 runs. Devandhan Mela now moves on to a runnable 12. Just keeping his team in this at the moment. Picks this up well. He took his time. It took 10 deliveries to get off the mark. But in the last 3, he's gone for 12. And again, it's an outside edge. It won't fall to hand, and it'll be a single. This has been an expensive over in the context of this game. Just keeping them in this game has Devandhan Mela. Well, Krishna's got 1 delivery left. Will they take the single, or will they just keep Mela on strike? Yeah, and it's down the ground. He's hit this pretty well. It might go for 4, it won't. Hardeep Singh, exceptional stuff. They come back for 2. And they could be a 3rd. They're taking on Suman Gimadi. Oh dear! Well, has he taken that cleanly? We're going to have to go upstairs. It's all happening here. This is incredible scenes. They turned and went for the 2nd. They took on the arm of Hardeep Singh. But my initial reaction is he could be gone. We'll go upstairs yet again. The limited review system in play here. This is a big moment in this game. Was it taken cleanly? That's going to have to get slowed right down. Going to have to get slowed right down. And whether or not, we're going to see here. So they took on. Well, Krishna realised it was Suman Gimadi. He said, I don't want any piece of that. Mela was left in no man's land. It's not cleanly there. It's not in hand. Does the ball hit the stumps? I'm not too sure. We're going to have to slow that down again and see it one more time. Does it take it cleanly? It's kneed onto the stumps, and I think my initial reaction is that that might be out. We're waiting for the on-field signal. I think that will be given. They're going to have another look. Not sure what this angle really does. I think we're just going to see here whether or not it comes off. That angle doesn't do a lot. It's an obscured view. And well, this could be interesting. It might just go the favour of the batsman. Depends what the soft signal was. And it depends if there's conclusive evidence to make the decision. Well, I thought Gert Oosthuizen was about to raise his finger. And I tell you what, this is just a prime example of the exceptional umpiring and officiating that we've seen in this tournament. It's been second to none. A huge shout out to all of the umpires, but we're going to have another look. And this is the angle. Doesn't matter what I say. My input is not important. It's just whether or not it was taken cleanly. And I think really, if they're going to say that that's been taken, well, we're going to get it. He's gone! The finger's up! And the Vendenmella has to go. It's not really a massive celebration, but he has to go. And what a way to go. He was just looking like he was getting set. But he's run out. He's run out by his captain. And well, that man, Parveen Singh, has got a big job on his hands. And that will bring us to the end of the 8th over. Gamblers will be 39 for 6. And it will be Parveen Singh on strike. He has hit some big shots in this tournament. But now he needs to do it. It's now or never for the Gamblers SC. As we're going to see Manjeet Singh coming into the attack. This is interesting here. Will he go against the spin of Manjeet Singh? It's Parveen Singh on strike. It's 34 off 2. A big over here, and we really will have a game on our hands. If they can get 20 off this over, if Parveen Singh can go big, it will go down to the last. But if Manjeet Singh, going off track record, he normally has been pretty incredible at the latter stages. He's only going to have 1 over to go. But Manjeet Singh, what an over this could be. Vinny, it always happens in the 9th. And it's the 9th over now. And he starts with a huge hoik into the leg side. There's only one way he's going, and that will be into that leg side. He needs a boundary. They need at least 2 boundaries in this over if they're going to have any chance. Fuller, and it's gone, and it's been punished. It's gone all the way. It's gone all the way into the back of the ground, down the ground, 6 runs. And Manjeet Singh gets punished with his second delivery. It's in the slot, and Parveen Singh is not going to miss out on that. It goes all the way. That ball was sent into outer space. It went all the way, and they're gonna have to go again. And again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in. What a final this has been. I called it from the start. Low totals cause issues. Manjeet Singh needs a response here. Fuller, and again into the leg side. And Parveen Singh, he's done the job with the ball, but he's now doing it with the bat. He goes 6. He goes 6 again. And this time it sails into the leg side. This is incredible scenes. New ball, please. That's gone out of the ground. We're not going to waste any time. We continue with the action. And Parveen Singh is keeping the game alive. And well, there's panic. There's panic in the Gorka 11 fielding side. There's field changes all over the place. There's about 5 different captains on the field. Oh, and it's a wide, and it gets worse. They come through for the single. Lushan Singh has normally been exceptional with the gloves, but this one, he gets this all wrong, and they will come through for the run. What is it now? It's 20 off of 9. 3 deliveries left. 1 boundary, and this game is right on the balance. The skipper, Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna, he's on strike. What a story this could be. If he can get a boundary here, even if it's a lucky boundary, an outside edge will fly down to the vacant third man region. There's no one there. It's a full toss into the leg side. It should just be 1. It will just be a single. It brings Parveen Singh back on strike. Now, my only concern with the Gamblers SC, if Parveen Singh gets out, what do they have coming in towards the end? They've got Nitin Kamboj can hit a long ball. Raman can also hit a long ball. It is going to be Parveen Singh. He's got 2 deliveries left. He's 12 off 3. 1 more boundary in this over, and we will have a game on our hands. It's a well-placed shot into the leg side. It will just be a single. Parveen Singh was looking for the second, but it's sensible cricket from Balkrishna. He knows they don't need to take any silly risks here. Take it into the last. They will take that considering they were 5 for 3 at the early stages of this game. Balkrishna either needs a boundary or will he take the single? 18 required off 7. Into the leg side. He hasn't quite got all of it. Parveen Singh's going to turn and go. Oh, and it will be Balkrishna who has to go. They get the single. I don't mind that. That's real class from Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna. Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna, I have to say, take your hat off. He knows that's selfless cricket. He knows he's got to go. He's got to keep Parveen Singh in. And it's going down to the last here in Portugal. 2 weeks of cricket. And it's come down to the final over. 6 deliveries remaining. It's 17 for victory. So Balkrishna has to go, but importantly, they got the single. And it will be Parveen Singh on strike. He's 13 off 4. He's hit 2 glorious shots down the ground. And they're going to go to Mr. Reliable. Amandeep Guman is going to bowl the final over of the FanCode European Cricket T10. What scenes we have seen here. And I'm going to take this opportunity to say a huge, huge thank you to everybody around the ground. There will be a presentation after this game. So do stick around for the award ceremony and the closing ceremony of this tournament. But again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in, whether that's on YouTube, on FanCode in India, getting involved in the live chat. It's been an absolute pleasure to call these games over the last 2 weeks. And what a game of cricket we have on our hands. The final over, 6 deliveries, 17 required. 16 for a golden ball. Parveen Singh is on strike. If they get him early, it could be game over. Making sure every fielder's in the right area, making sure they've got 4 in. 2 weeks of cricket, it comes down to the last over. Well, it's not going to happen yet. That's going to be a dead ball. Just is an issue with an issue on our end. We do apologise, but it just builds tension. 17 for victory, 16 for the golden ball. We've had 2 already. It will be Amandeep Guman for Gorkha 11. I'm going to say it again. 2 weeks of excellent T10 cricket here, and it comes down to this. 6 deliveries remaining, 17 for victory. This is going to be a wide down the leg side, and that's going to make things a lot easier for the Gamblers. That's now 16 required off 6. And just misses the leg stump by a whisker. It's a great comeback from Amandeep Guman. Excellent comeback. Real sign of nerves of steel from Guman. Misses the leg stump by millimeters. Parveen Singh needs a boundary. They need a boundary this ball. It's got to be now. Down the leg side. It's another wide. Just keeping gamblers interested. 15 off 5 now. 3 sixes will do it. 14 for a golden ball, 15 for victory for the Gamblers SC. No matter what happens, there's going to be scenes here in Portugal. Fuller ball into the offside. It's going to run away. It'll race away. He gets the dive in, and it's gone all the way. It will be a boundary. 4 runs off the bat of Parveen Singh. It was an excellent dive by the man out on the circle. That looked like it was its Arsenal ball. He got there, but his momentum carried it along. And eventually, you can see there at the top left, Shubhan Anand, he gave the signal. 4 runs, so what's that now? 11 off of 4. Big swing from Parveen Singh. It's a dot ball. It's a great delivery from Amandeep Guman. Moving away from the left-hander. 11 off of 3 now. It's a big leg side wide. Amandeep Guman just struggling. That's the 3rd time he strayed down the leg side now. It's the 3rd wide. Robot dropping an interesting question or a comment at a very interesting time. But it's now 10 off 3. 10 off 3. 2 hits will do it for the Gamblers. It's big, it's into the leg side. It will go all the way. It's 6 runs. Just listen to the crowd. It was a slot delivery. It's 2 straight from Guman. He's bowling around over the wicket to the left-handed Parveen Singh. And it goes all the way. It's punished. It's 6 runs. It's now 4 off 2. Gorkha 11 need a single hit. A boundary to win. Full into the offside, and they've done it! Parveen Singh has done it for the Gamblers SC. Gorkha 11, commiserations. What scenes here in Portugal. They were 5 for 3, and the yellow wall makes their way onto the pitch, and the Gamblers have done it. They win by 3 wickets here in the final. Just look at the scenes. The Gamblers SC are the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal champions here in 2022. And commiserations to the Gorkha 11. They have been incredible in this tournament. And I have to say, a huge shout out to Jay Prakash. He's the only member of Gamblers SC to shake hands first up with the Gorkha 11. But look at the scenes. Shirts are off. It's scenes no one wants to see. But it's happening. And the Gamblers SC have done it. They are the winners here. They win by 3 wickets. And what a game we had. And we take a look at the highlights. And well, I don't really know where to start. Kuldeep Gulia, first ball, golden duck, caught and bowled by Hardeep Singh. And you could just sense that there was something in the air. As Ankush Kumar, he went early. He only scored a grand total of 1 on the board. And well, then that was a lovely shot from Ranjit Narayan, but very next ball, he was caught behind. There was a lot of controversy, but it was given. And it just kept the game alive. Gorkha 11, they kept a foot in there the entire time. And we go through the highlights, but I just want to let you all know that we will be getting a ceremony, a closing ceremony will be underway here in Portugal. That will happen in around about 15 to 20 minutes or so. But again, it's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm just going to take this time to say a huge thank you to everybody in the chat, everybody who's tuned in over the last 2 weeks. What a tournament we've had here, and it came down to the final 3 deliveries, and Pardaveen Singh got them through it. And well, just pure silence as we watch through these highlights. It's been incredible to bring you the coverage here as we slowly start to get scenes ready for the presentation. It's all happening here in Portugal, but outstanding scenes. But again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in. Devandran Mella, he was the one that kept them in the game. And then that brought Pardaveen Singh in, and what a job he did. 29 off of 9 deliveries. You just felt that whilst he was still in the hut, Tyrone Peters, he called it himself. If he was still in the hut, then he was going to be able to keep this game alive, and boy, did he do so. Really took the attack to Manjeet Singh, and then Balkrishna, selfless cricket, and in the context of this game, that is incredible. That captaincy there really proving to be sensational. Roll through the highlights, and that was a big moment. He got there, he stopped the ball, but his momentum carried him through, and Grupu was going to be playing that back in his head time and time again. But this was that final over. Exceptional stuff from Pardaveen Singh. It was a wide, it went dot, then another wide, then 4, and dot, then another wide. Those wides were crucial for the Gamblers SC. But then Pardaveen Singh, that was the moment. It went all the way, and that was when you can look at that absolute scenes as all of the team run on the yellow wall, make their way onto the field as well. But do stick around for the closing ceremony. We will be back in around about 15 to 20 minutes. Do stick around. And again, a huge thank you as you have been watching the final of the FanCode European Cricket T10. We will be back in 20 minutes. The closing ceremony of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And well, firstly, we need to get the thank yous out of the way before we get to the all-important silverware. So firstly, a huge thank you to all of the partners at the European Cricket Network on behalf of everyone here. It's because of their continued support that we are able to produce what is seen on screen, essentially, and day in and day out. So a huge thank you to all of our partners, FanCode, Kookaburra, Bizaway, Local Lifestyle, and our new timekeeper, the Frederic Constant. A huge thank you to all of them. And But more importantly, a tournament isn't able to run unless we have teams and players who are willing to sacrifice time, and also time with work and time with family and friends. So thank you for all of the players, not only here tonight, but also a huge thank you to everyone throughout this tournament. And there have been subtle changes, they've been more than able to comply, and we thank you all for conducting yourselves in the tournament in a fair and competitive spirit. But also to the local organising committee. So first of all, thank you to the municipality of Miranda de Corvo, who is represented by Rui Gordinho, the sports minister and tourism minister as well. But also a huge thank you to the local club here. So those are Barry and Nina Knowles, alongside Chris and Kirsty Redhead, also Anna and Buck Stoneman as well, and also to Mick behind the bar. But also to Paolo Bucci here from the Federation. He's been amazing at getting us from A to B, and he's been a real help over the past 2 weeks. So a huge thank you to Bucci as well. Your dedication to the club and to cricket has really been noticed by not only the players, but also to us here who visit year in and year out. And we have thoroughly enjoyed our time here, and we look forward to coming back again very, very soon. But also a huge thank you to the Blue Crew. Alongside myself, we've got Miguel, Shub, Suleiman, Maxi, and also to Tyrone as well. A huge thank you to them. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, those that doesn't really get seen, early mornings and late nights. But again, a huge thank you to the Blue Crew here in Portugal. Now, I've said it many a times on commentary over the last couple of weeks that being an umpire is not the easiest job in the world. It's one of the hardest jobs in the world, in fact, and more times than not, you're going to give a decision that will end up upsetting someone on the field, or maybe not on the field. But again, the umpire in this tournament has been second to none. So a huge thank you to the team that's been led by Tyrone Peters and Suleiman Saeed over the last 2 weeks, who, by the way, have produced the first father and son umpiring duo here on the ECN. So to Gert Oosthuizen, Buck Stoneman, Conrad Greenshield, and to Fast Stoneman, a huge thank you. Final thank you really does have to go to the production crew that have been here for the last 2 weeks. We've had 4 amazing men who have been here in Portugal over the last 2 weeks. They have allowed us to put the magic that you guys have all produced out in the middle onto our screens. It's been available to view all around the world. So a huge thank you must go to Mislav, to Ian, and to Domagoj, and to Daniel. We'll try and keep this as short and sweet as possible, so we'll now get on to the all-important silverware, starting with our team finishing in third. They had an absolute great tournament, a little bit of ups and downs, but again, outstanding work from our third team. Najam Shazad really was a key player for me, 300 total runs and 7 wickets, leading from the front. They finished with a record of 13 matches played, 8 wins and 5 losses. But one of the big moments for me was Jayesh Popat, 4 for 9. He finished with Lisbon Capitals, and that was one of the standout moments for me in the tournament. So if I could ask the team led by Najam Shazad, Marla Kalandis, if they could go ahead and collect their medals, which will be handed out by Rui Gordinho of the Miranda de Corvo municipality. Well done. Everyone go, Keep going, keep going.
And we now move on to the second place team here in Portugal, and well, they were part of an exceptional final here in Portugal. They had outstanding stats, and one of the main men for me was Amandeep Guman, who finished with a total of 13 wickets in the tournament for Gorkha 11. They finished with tournament stats of 14 played, 10 wins and 4 losses, but again, they will forever be remembered as breaking the golden ball streak, unfortunately on the wrong side of it, but they did break that 405 match waiting streak. So if I could please invite the runners-up in this tournament, Gorkha 11, to go ahead and collect their silver medals. And well, just before we get to the final presentation, we've got one more presentation as we get to the most valuable player of the tournament. And well, there were some excellent performances throughout this tournament. There is an extensional amount of serious talent here in Portugal, and that was certainly on display over the last 2 weeks. With some honourable mentions that I would like to bring up. First of all, Suman Gimini of Gorkha 11. He finished with great stats of 14 wickets, but also 375 runs, was exceptional stuff. But also Mohammad Adnan from Marlow Calanders, he finished with 361 runs and 5 catches as well. And then also the final name that was really in the running for MVP was also Najam Shahzad. He finished with 300 runs and 7 wickets, and also led very well from the front. However, with stats of 303 runs, 21 wickets in the entire game, the entire tournament. 4 catches, but with figures of 4 for 10 in the final. The MVP of this tournament is Ankush Kumar. But the final trophy that really has to be given out here, it goes to our winners of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And they have played outstanding stuff here. They really did throw some real spanners in the works. Obviously making their debut here on the European Cricket Network, players that we've seen many times before. But what a job they did. And I'd like to invite the captain alongside the winning team, Gamblers SC, to collect their medals. Keep going, guys, keep going, keep going. So just before we get to the trophy being handed over, that's all we have time for here in Portugal. Thank you ever so much for tuning in all around the world over the last 2 weeks. Remember that the action never stops here on the European Cricket Network. Rico and Tyrone, they'll be back tomorrow morning for the 5th day of action in Dresden. They'll be starting at 7:30 local time. But That's all we have time for. Until next time, goodbye. We'll leave you with the trophy presentation. The champions of the FanCode.